Salutations, everybody. What's a crack-a-lackin'? It's another day, another dollar, another go at the fun of the crack that is me streaming and having a bit of fun with all of you. Is your Friday going well? Because the weekend comes around with a fierce, gumption to itself. High above its station, good be above its desires, and thinks of itself as the greatest thing since sliced bread. But I am here to prove that it is equally as shite as all other times. So I ask to you, my friends, how is life treating you? I'm here, enjoying life, having another owl day there. Was in the game earlier on today as well, so I am, for all intents and purposes, deaded. But ready to have a good old time now, ready to enjoy it. A couple of wonderful computer issues which has led me to join and start this an hour and a half later than what I'd normally end up doing, which is one of the reasons why we stuck with Path of Exile, because I was significantly too lazy to change the goddamn game from yesterday. But I actually enjoyed this, that helps as well as everything else. On top of that, too, Friday Night SmackDown is on at this point in time, too. So, interesting experiences happening there. Summer Games Fest is meant to be coming on as well, which is interesting. So, we'll see if anything is announced there. But, all in all, we keep happy. We keep good. We keep grand, and we see how life ends up treating everyone. My friends, if you haven't beforehand, they've come in and said hello. They've managed to swipe the first from the Magnificent Duck, so that alone deserves a follow. My friends, if you can give the wonderful Minnie a follow. Our one-clip wonder is fabulous and talking to gas bit of crack, and always up for the chat, the conversation, and the good old time.
I wonder who got the last kill.
My friend? Is it going good, grand, and delicious? I hope that it is. Senior Duck, how do you feel about being beaten once again to first play? I know this time it isn't fair because I went on a different
I know who got the last kill.
So, and as a result, it's a bit unfair to compare the two times. But world's smallest violin and all that. Chaos Gremlin is to right description. I mean, yeah, it seems to be that way. Also, my friends, another person that we have to give a follow to is just after coming in there, a gent and a scholar in his own right as well. Give a follow to the magnificent Senior Kurt. He just be involved in the FM series that we were doing there with Enter AI. Has been on a couple of times with me doing Arc Raiders. But is genuinely a good old man as well. Fantastic individual, gent and a scholar, yourself. So if you can give him a follow. His clip hasn't popped up for me, so wait 1 second. We'll try this one more time. Yeah, okay. So we might get 2 clips of Kurt, but if we do, we do. Screw it. Back when he was playing EAFC, there are now 3 options he can go for in order to play a really bad football game. He can go EAFC, he can go FIFA World Cup mode, and he can go goals. And I mean, it's still there, but I don't think anyone's playing it, which is something. What's the name of the other one? Well, there's eFootball as well, but that's not what I was thinking of. I mean, there's Gaelic Football Lacra, but that's definitely not what I was thinking of. Yeah, eFootball is basically PES. I cannot remember the name of the other one that ended up coming up. Anyway, doesn't really matter. How is your evening treating you, my friend? Is it all going good, grand, and delicious? Are you doing anything exciting on your upcoming weekend? For me, it's taking it good, grand, and delicious, being tame with everything that's going on and just enjoying life. I'm doing well. Thank you. I just won the Swiss Tier 7. Well, congratulations on that, Senior Duck. Considering you've won Swiss Tier 7, how are you feeling about going on to Tier 6? Have you the squad in order to compete it? Can you play like I play on this and enjoy the Craic? I think I know what game you're on about. You probably do. Benny, or not Benny, Kurt. It's re something. I just cannot remember the name at the top of my head, annoyingly, much to my own annoyance. Well, hey, you know, we continue with what we can and we see how the Craic ends up treating us. There wasn't another area that went to, was there? The Bones Pits. I don't think so. If there's something else in the Bone Pits, we're not going to end up doing it. Rematch! That is indeed the game, Senior Kurt. That is indeed the game. Yep. I haven't bought it because it's 22 quid and Craic is a cheap asshole and is actually doing really bad with his money this month. Which is ironic considering it's the last month of my contract, but never mind that. But yes, I think you did play. I would not buy it. You did play it for a while, didn't you, Kurt? Because I seen some people buy it, and it seemed interesting, but it didn't seem great. It's not crossplay too. Oh yeah, well that's horse crap. In the modern day, if you're releasing a game on PC, it kind of has to be crossplay. Doesn't it? You know, it makes no sense to release a game in the modern day if it's not crossplay. Yeah, I tried it when it was on Game Pass and I didn't like it. Fair enough. That's something I should look into. I should look into actually signing up for Game Pass, considering, you know, I probably do have access to it. I should actually, you know, bother my ass to check and, you know, connect to it. But considering, like, there's Forza and the whole lot that's on it at the moment, and I'd like to give Forza a try at some point in time because it looks like a good bit of crack, and no one has confirmed to me yet that has played Forza if what was told to me is true, and you can't actually crash into the cherry blossoms because they're the national Japanese icon. Enjoy the conversation with your gran, Senior Duck. It's, as I say, we always have the height of respect for anyone that ends up having communications with the elderly. It's one of the things you should always do in life if you're able to do so. Make sure that they're doing well, make sure that they're doing grand, that they're enjoying the Craic, because, you know, they done all the effort to go where they are and we end up going that way. Yeah, it's probably something similar to that. That's kind of why I'm saying it would be worth paying the money for it. I just am too lazy to bother my ass to do it. Because there is good crap on Game Pass, I just haven't been arsed. But again, for the most part, I know you don't really ever own anything on Steam, which is the kind of misnomer. Everything is technically on a subscription base. You know, you own the rights to license it, and if the license is taken off, they have the right to take it out of your account. But at the end of the day, I couldn't be arsed. Yes, I can confirm you can destroy the cherry blossoms. Interesting, because I know there was meant to have been a big shtick about the fact that Japan was going nuts about the cherry blossoms the same way that they went nuts about the temples in Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, I know that's two entirely different kettle of fish, you know, to get annoyed about the fact that you're destroying temples of worship as opposed to, you know, the national tree of the country. But at the same point in time, with the tree, I don't think it makes as much sense for them to be as annoyed at the destruction of them, you know. I can understand why they'd be somewhat annoyed by it, but I don't think they should be annoyed by it, because I know cherry blossoms have, you know, culture and the whole lot in Japan, and Japan is like, the Japanese government's getting pissed with the West because they keep destroying, the West keeps destroying their culture. Like, they're really pissed with anime translations and stuff like that. Ooh, this is new. Senior Benekage, what's a crack-a-lackin'? Is it all going good, grand, and delicious, my friends? If you haven't done so, give the magnificent American wonder, give the magnificent connoisseur of excellence If follow there,
I
the
will
man who
make
knows
it.
what the true MLS
No, I don't
is,
wanna
does
exit, mix it
Action
up. God
Tynaman, does Football Manager,
No, that's Jal. I
does
want
Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball, and that was a bonkersly small clip, but give him a follow, a gent and a scholar. How is your day treating you, Benny? Are you working today? Is the Craic treating you 90? Are you finished at the moment? Because I know I'm a bit later today than normal, so you might actually be off of work by now. How's all treating you, my friend? Working out, then 1 hour left of work. Oh, nice! Does your work have a gym in it that allows you to end up doing that type of stuff? Because I genuinely do think that that type of stuff, I know there's an awful lot of, like Microsoft added in all of that comfortability elements, and then people on TikTok decided to pull the piss out of it and you know, stream their day and make it seem like their day was doing nothing, which was horseshit because they actually were. But at the same point in time, if you're working at a pool, there's nothing wrong with working at a pool so long as you get your work done, but don't boast about it to absolutely everyone else so that they can contact your company and make your company feel like you're not doing anything, because optics matter above everything else in this world. Yeah, I'm still currently technically working from home at the moment, Kurt, until the end of the month, and then we'll see what ends up happening, where this might become my job, at which point everything turns to shite, but we'll see. I joke, if I needed to, I'd be going back into the actual workforce, at which point all my time schedule will be fucked. But hey, that's future Craic's problem. Don't have a go at me. I'm not having a go at you, Benny. I'm just talking because I actually really enjoy and think it's a good thing for people working from home, because you get to experience more of your life. You get to plan all your stuff and everything such as that. I don't think Kurt was having a go at you either, Benny, to be honest. He just doesn't he's just not working at the moment, you know. He's tried to get a job and his personality has just been too big for all the jobs he's went for. They've known that they couldn't handle the awesomeness of one senior Kurt. At least that's the excuse that we like to use. Oh yeah, everywhere, not just in America. It's a mess over here as well. It's becoming a bit of an annoyance over here as well, because everywhere is looking for experience. Like, the amount of spots here in Ireland that want you to end up having 2 years experience for a graduate job is a fucking joke. Like, I seen a trainee bartender position turn around and say you needed 3 years of experience as a bartender. I'm sorry, if you have 3 years experience as a bartender, you can be a junior bartender, sure, if you wanted to put a title on it. But you ain't in any fucking way a trainee. If you get me, like, you know your basics, you know your principles. It's not like you're being taught from scratch. Unless you are, because to be honest, sometimes, and I've been in bars where people have years of experience and you'd swear they'd never done a day in their life. Oh my god, it has been some time, my friends. Can we give a follow to the man, the myth, the legend, the writing machine, Senior Up? Can you give him a follow? Gent and a scholar, fantastic individual. We love to see him, we love to have him, we love to abuse him. How is the Craic treating you, my friend? I hope that it's going good, grand, and delicious with you. That is... Just a second, I want to check something. Yeah, so she's broken annoyingly. Why is she broken? So the check-in's not working at the moment. Okay, bear with us. I want to try and fix this. Okay, so we have welcome message here. Then... it should check to see that you're in the group. check to see if you're already in it. If not in the file, it should write the user. Okay, so something's broken there, but we'll figure that out later on. Joys of it. It's coming along nice. Got myself an editor, so hopefully that will help. Beautiful. Pleasure to hear it, my friend. It's unbelievable to see that you're going in the right direction, because you deserve it. When you're willing to put in the effort into something, that's the way to end up going. I think it's 5 days, isn't it? Isn't it up? 5 days until the World Cup starts. Or something close to that. It's not far away now. Though it is interesting watching the friendlies that teams have been doing in the meantime of the World Cup. And some of the big teams getting big losses. Like, you wouldn't have expected France. I think they drew to Iran, wasn't it? Wasn't that the result? I know there was a couple of very surprising, interesting results. I think France was one of them. They weren't the only one, mind you, but I'm almost positive they were one of them. Okay, let me see something. Got that. Just need some football to watch. I mean, there's that too, to be fair. Although in your particular case, Kurt, you must be excited about the fact that ye have signed a brand new manager since the last time we actually talked football. How do you feel about the fact that Liverpool have signed Areola as their brand new manager? Are you a fan of the former Bournemouth manager? Do you think he'll do well with ye? Who's the first type of signing you think he should end up getting? I will say it's absolutely hilarious watching aggregate accounts go completely and utterly bonkers about signings at the moment, because one of the big things that's being said at the moment is one of Jose Mourinho's first targets is Martin Fernandes from West Ham, and he's someone that we're looking at. Sorry, Benny. And by the way, I know that supposedly West Ham think they're getting 80 million for him. There ain't no way they're getting 80 million for him. If they want to make their 150 million euro in sales, they're going to need to sell more than just him. There's no way that anyone is paying 80 millions for him, but hey, we'll see. But it is absolutely hilarious watching Florentino Perez and the 37-year-old bicker with each other, stating that they're going to end up signing a 150 million euro signing. By the way, I think that's Kvaratskhelia from PSG. Because he said it wasn't a striker, he said it wasn't a defender, and he said he wasn't in the Premier League. The only person that fits that quotation, and at 150 million quid, is Kvaratskhelia from PSG. If Florentino Perez is accurate, and I don't think they need Kvaratskhelia. But yeah, there's rumors. No, because he said it wasn't Elise. He said it wasn't Haaland. He said it wasn't Bruno, and he said it wasn't Elise. So he confirmed it wasn't Elise. Yeah. Because Elise would make sense, because Elise could end up being used on that wing at West Ham side. But he said it was a midfielder, not a striker, as well. You know. I think Areola is good. I think he will do good when it comes to football. Maybe. We'll see. It'll be interesting all the same. Yeah, the Millwall West Ham game will be interesting. Well, then that's new. That's new, because Florentino Perez himself was saying that it wasn't Elise. I do know that the 37-year-old wanted the manager not to be Jose Mourinho. They wanted the manager to be Klopp, which would be absolutely hilarious. He wanted the manager to be Klopp and the sporting director to be Raul, which is interesting because I have no idea if Raul would be anyways good. But at the same point in time, like, what happens there? Because Mourinho's left Benfica. So that means Mourinho will be on the lurch again with no bloody job, which would be hilarious, honestly. My friend, what's a crack-a-lacking? Another wondrous individual that ends up coming in for the conversation and the good old time. My friends, if you can do, give Owlgirl a follow. Absolutely unbelievable individual. Plays Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, and a plethora of other elements as well.
God,
Please give her a follow
Jacob, I
if
wish
you
could
can
just
do.
the face I just made.
Also on our just while we're saying, because I'm not going to give them a follow straight away or shout out straight away. If you can do, we have 3 friends of the chats that are going for a partner push at the moment. If you can do, give them a follow, give them a lurk, and just try and help them that way. Could be a bit of crack. I'm probably not going to try it up, and the reason I'm not going to try it, and correct me if I'm wrong, then I'll change my mind. It looked like very much it was Ultimate Teams made into an actual game that wasn't ripping your wallet out of your ass. So, you know, I don't like Ultimate Teams. I don't like that card system. It's fine, but I want to own my players. I don't want to have to run around and find them all the way around, you know? So that's the reason why I probably won't end up giving it a go. But time shall tell, Senior Up. Maybe I will. I know I was considering purchasing Gaelic Football Locra, but it is 30 quid, so yikes. You know, it's a bit too rich for my blood at the moment. Shane, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin'? It has been some time. Is it all going good, Grant, and delicious with you, my friend? I think the last time you were here, no, I'm wrong. I was thinking the last time you were here that Ruben Amorim had been wasn't sacked, but he was. Never mind. How is life treating you, my friend? Is it going good, Grant, and delicious? Are you looking forward to the World Cup like everyone else that's here at the moment is conversing with? I have my junior cert. Well, congratulations, big man. I send the love. I send the hope. This is the first year in a long time that the junior cert and the leave it cert hasn't brought bristlingly bright sun. So fuck the lottie. But you know yourselves, we still send the love and hope that it ends up going well for you. But yes, no, I hope that it ends up going well, my friends. 3 more days to go, and congratulations to Harris. How do you think that they've gone so far, my friend? Like everything, just remember, it ain't the end of the world if it goes bad, but you want it to go good if you can, you know? So just take it, Connie, and enjoy yourself over the summer as well. Try and have a good summer. Try not to let it bother you too much, you know? I have. There are a few issues you'd expect it with being brand new, but I like it. It's different. You can tell the clear skill gap. Well, that's good to end up having. Oh, the joys of farming. I've been watching a lot of Clarkson's farm the last wee while, Shane, and it's funny that you can see you can understand why that's stopping at season 5, because they've ran out of ideas of what to do. Episode 4 of season 5 was gorgeous, to be honest, but the fact that it was an entire half episode where it became a documentation on how to do football, or not how to do football, how to do farming, and how farming will improve in the near future, is interesting, but not really the spirit of the show as well, which is fascinating. Enrique Raquem is planning as Klopp as the coach. Rio's untouchable. Of course he fucking is. AS 11 million for Ansu Fati, in my opinion, is a fucking steal for Monaco. I know he hasn't been the player that he seemed to be when Barcelona first signed him, but that's a bloody steal. Fenerbahce looking potentially for Mason Greenwood would be interesting. I know that they want north of 60 million quid for him. Leonard Carroll got injured. Interesting. To launch 150. Okay, he did say. Weird. I don't know. Yeah, Mike, there's no way Michael Elise is for sale. Bayern Munich would never let him out the door. I think he's more untouchable than fucking Thomas Muller was during his time period there, or Neuer was, if I'm honest. I do like the fact that every single player is different. Well, I mean, that's the good thing about goals, Kurt. that they're trying to add in differentiality to it. And to be fair, that market needed a new competitor. I like eFootball. I like the idea of eFootball, a free football game like that, but that game is now 5 years old, needs an upgrade. Well, let us know what you think about it afterwards, Kurt. Maybe you can end up starting ATBs, or whatever the fuck you end up calling them in the EAFC community, in goals. Oh, okay, I didn't even realize that we didn't have the decks for that. Oh, yes, the Well of Souls. It means it has to have the thing on the end of it, but we don't have the thing. Never mind. I haven't gotten it yet, Shane. I was going to buy that game, and then it went on to Steam. And at the moment, Gaelic football, Locra, is 40 quid. Now, I want them to succeed with all of the gumption in the goddamn world. But I'm not willing to spend €35 on that game. It requires a controller. It looks interesting, I'll admit. I need to end up watching a couple of people play it. It's nice that they have underground elements to it. The fact that the developer is called Buck Egypt and the publisher is True Blue is nice in the whole lot. I'd love to give it a showcase, but we'll see how June ends up coming. At the end of June, if I have a job, honestly, I might end up purchasing it. But until then, much to my chagrin, it won't be a purchase on my head. Much as sad as that is, as much as I don't want that to be the case, it's not going to be a purchase on my showcase at the moment. It looks good, like FIFA 98 or something like that. Yes, it does, to be fair, but the problem with that too is that FIFA 98 was FIFA 98 and came out in 98, you know? You need to end up doing improvements. They're not a AAA studio. They don't have the licensing rights, so it's fine for it to look a little old. But at the same point in time, there's just certain things about the game that make 35 quid for the way the art style and the way they've done it seem a little bit much for me. But I understand it, and we'll see what ends up happening. Classic football shirts. Manchester store has 90 arcade machine with the old World Cup game. Very cool in game. Interesting up. I know, but it should be better. It should be better looking. But again, it's hard to say that it should be better looking because, like, they're an indie developer. They have to work on it. I understand the trials and tribulations they're going to have to go through in order to get it working. It's just too much on the expense size currently for me. Like, as I said, depending on how things end up coming out with June and things end up going well, I might end up doing it. But, you know, that'll be a thing. They're downstairs. It's really cool. They have a PS3 with all the old school FIFA games in it. The fact that the PS3, and this is genuine, the fact that the PS3 is now considered a classic console is so bloody infuriating for me. The PS3 is closer to the PS1 than it is to the PS5. That makes me want to cry. Well, the latest version of PS5, whatever the fuck they're calling the Pro. It's closer to the PS1 than it is to that version of the PS5, and it makes me want to cry. I don't know what it is on FM at the moment, but my team keeps giving away pens no matter what. I know, Owl. It makes you feel so goddamn old, doesn't it? Use the relics to the Valley of Titans. Search for that. Retrace. Okay. So I think we have to just go here. Because we checked all 4 of these areas. Cool. Stop supporting PS1 in 05. Yeah, I know. 20 years ago. Who's your dark horse for the World Cup? I think France has to win it. I think England are the team that everyone will want to win it as much as, you know, I think countries will want England to win over France if it comes down to it. But if I was to pick a dark horse, a dark horse, honestly, I think it's Uruguay. I think they could end up doing it again. I think they could become the World Cup winners again after winning the first World Cup. They seem to have a bit about them, a bit of fire, a bit of gumption about them, and they seem to run a bit with the hare and run with the hound. But like, you want that in the team as well. They feel clutch, they feel strong. I think they're going to get absolutely obliterated, and they mightn't even make it out of the group stages. But if I was to give a dark horse, that's who I'd end up picking, Uruguay.
An owl came in. And Shane came in.
It did. Okay, cool. But yeah, the Swiss is a good shout as well. The Swiss is a good shout as well, Senior Kurt. But it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with it anyway. All of it will be a good bit of crack. No, got a great team, but the flag's a big plus. I haven't even looked at the Uruguayan football team's flag, so I couldn't give a comment on it if I tried. Well, that's the way we actually go down. Okay, cool. Apparently wouldn't send first time in that session. Wouldn't send first time I sent that message. Apparently wouldn't send the first time I sent a message. Which bit, Senior, up? Because I've been experimenting with some stuff in the back end and it might have broken some crap. That's funny, not gonna lie. At Kurt. Okay, well, hey, so long as the funny is happening. Do you see yourself watching it, Owl, by the way? Twitch was bugged, not just your stream. Okay, fair enough. I know there was an issue that an awful lot of people were having with Elgato and their connection to Discord, which is kind of one of the reasons why I'm glad I'm not attempting to do any collab crap today, but hey, I don't know, I think they do have a good team. I mean, there's a lot of good teams out there, but as I was saying to someone else when it comes down to World Cup football, the thing you have to remember too with World Cup football is astonishingly slow in comparison to regular football. So players like Casemiro get monstrous benefit out of the World Cup football. Oh yeah, I'm planning my work schedule around it. I'm laughing my ass off. It's happy out. I was talking with Tizzo about it, good, grand and delicious man that he is in Tizzy's Tavern. He's thinking of opening up the tavern on a couple of games and watching the World Cup. Maybe not during the weekdays, but I might, if I'm streaming late enough, on the weekends when some of the matches are on, have them in the background here and end up streaming while watching some of the games, just for the gish, but we'll see what ends up happening. Going to be really high altitude and crazy heat too. No more than what ends up happening. Like, I don't think the heat in America is crossing the border where it was in Qatar. And Qatar was made a Christmas World Cup specifically for that reason, you know? I thought Italy weren't true. I thought Iran got through instead, did they not? World Cup fixtures. So it's Mexico versus South Africa, South Korea versus Czech Republic, Canada versus Bosnia and Herzegovina, USA versus Prague. I could see USA getting beat there, actually. Qatar versus Switzerland, Brazil versus Morocco, Haiti versus Scotland, Australia, Turkey, Germany, Coscarago, Netherlands, Japan. I could see Japan having a shock win there. Ivory Coast versus Ecuador. That'll be interesting. Those are two surprisingly good teams. Sweden versus Tunisia, Spain versus Cape Verde, Belgium versus Egypt, Saudi Arabia versus Ukraine, New Zealand versus Iran, France versus Senegal, Iraq versus Norway, Argentina, Algeria, Austria, Jordan, Portugal, Congo, England, Croatia, Ghana, Fana, Uzbekistan, Colombia, and then we go back to repeating. So interesting, interesting. So we'll see what ends up happening with them. I just want to catch USA and Netherlands games, to be honest. Those are the teams I'm pulling for. Why Netherlands, Al? Have I missed something about your lineage, or do you have some connection to Netherlands? Bosnia, yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I know there was discussion that Iran wouldn't be allowed into America, and as a result of that, they were going to end up making Italy take Iran's spot as the highest coefficient country that didn't get through. But I figured nothing went with that, and it was just a crock of horseshit. Half Dutch, my mama is Dutch. Well, congratulations on that. Send your mama my love. Got into the playoffs based on their Nation League performance, finished bottom of the actual qualifying group. Oh, so they ended up getting the scram in. Interesting, interesting. I'll be honest, the only team I was really looking at in the qualifying stages was Ireland. I didn't really give a shit about anyone else. And we just failed it near the end. I'm guessing when you say that, Duck, you mean that they won't get out of the group, is it? Is that what you mean? Because I think they're getting out of the group. Scotland posted about their team flying to the World Cup, and someone commented, "Keep the engine running, lads." I think they're getting out. Like, if Scotland don't get out of that group, Scotland are never getting a good performance in the World Cup. Their group isn't exactly strong, or isn't exactly weak. So, like, or whatever the terminology is for that. I think Scotland make it out of the group stages, because they're not a bad team. Former Spurs spot semi-final they get to. Yeah, that's horseshit. There ain't a chance of getting there. I think they get knocked out in the round of 16. They're gonna get knocked out of the round of 16 of the Champions League finals. They're not making it to the. By the way, I hate that you have to. Or Champions League. I hate that you have to call it the World Cup finals. So you have to get to the World Cup finals final. Because whoever came up with that idea was intelligent.
What is this place?
What did that do exactly? Huh. I'm not sure. Anyway. Remember when they beat England 0-0? I mean, I remember watching Talk Sport the next day and Simon Jordan ripping the living piss out of Jim White in relation to that, and it was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever watched on YouTube. I kind of love how much Simon Jordan, since he got his cancer scare, doesn't give a rat's ass about absolutely anything. It's made him a hell of a lot more entertaining to listen to. He just doesn't give a shite about what anyone thinks, is just saying his opinion. Which is kind of how I end up living my life, so I can't really say anything. I don't give a shite what anyone ends up saying. I just say my opinion and see how it goes. Like, don't get me started about ranting about Wolverine and God of War. I'll rant about both of them. And by the way, I don't have a problem with God of War choosing Laufey as their main protagonist. I do have a problem with the art style that they've chosen to pick for her. Because Deborah Ann, whatever the hell her last name of her third name is not a bad looking woman, but that's a horrible looking model. And I'll argue that that's art style over aesthetics any day of the week, but, you know, I ain't getting into that argument. I ain't being called a fucking chud at the moment. I'm not in the mood for it. All opinions are valid. I end up taking the George Orwell view. Let me check. Am I actually right on this? I think I am. Yes, I take the George Orwell view of this. All opinions are equal, but some opinions are more equal than others. You know, the George Orwell viewpoint of things. Opinions are like assholes. We all have one and no one actually wants to see the other ones. I love the way you ended up putting that, Owl. That is beautifully put. That is beautifully put. 100% accurate and beautifully put. Although, I will say, I know quite a lot of people who would want to look at the asshole. Bear with us now 1 second, big man, and we'll do it. I'm not exactly dressed for success today, but... because fucking I'm gonna drain your bank account somewhere. Yeah, there's a sexy version of that where I shake my ass while doing the squat, just for ye wonderful thirsty bastards. You know, funnily enough, I actually wouldn't mind doing something like getting a crescent heart or something like that, but it's just it costs too much to end up doing that. Yeah, I know. Could you imagine having people in chat that were thirsty? I mean, coming to Twitch and looking for water, but not an iota to drink. Or one of the other platforms I'm on, because I'm also on Kick today, because I finally got the fucking dashboard working again. And YouTube! And I would be on TikTok, but fuck the fucker. It keeps banning me out, so I can't be arsed. Well, not banning me out, it just keeps hiding me from the algorithm, so I can't be arsed dealing with its horseshit. So, at some point I'll post clips. I'll take my finger out of my ass and actually create clips for the fucking thing. Want to hear my hot take? I'm always willing to take your hot take. Wait a minute, that might have come out wrong. Anyway, yeah, give me all of your hot take, Duck. I'm willing to get smothered in it. I must well end up playing into the horseshit joke that I ended up making. Interesting, they've done it in the middle of a chasm. The degeneracy has truly begun. Up! You have been in this stream under 2 fucking names, and you think the degeneracy has just begun now? There was never a situation where this stream wasn't full of degeneracy. The next Scottish... The Scottish former Hull and Pool LB, who just went to Spurs, will finish higher than Pool next season. Oh, so you think Andy Robertson and Spurs will go higher than Liverpool next season? I don't. I do think it's not bad. I do think it's good business for Spurs. The reason why I think Andy Robertson to Spurs, it's good business because they need some seniority. They need some leadership in there, and Andy is actually a good leader. I'm sure Kurt would even admit to that one. I think Liverpool are daft for letting him go because Milo Kirkes isn't performing where they want him to, and they kind of need someone to play in that kind of position that Milo Kirkes is in because they don't have someone. But Liverpool are going to buy another left back this summer, so you know. But the one thing when it comes down to Spurs is, will Andy actually be playing that much? Because I can't see Spurs dropping Destiny. I just can't see them dropping Destiny. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's copium of the highest order. I just can't see them dropping Destiny. Now, if Robinson is willing to play on the right and go instead of Paro, I could see that happening. Why you would end up picking a 35-year-old, because he's 30, is he 33 or is he 35? But why you would end up playing Robinson as a right back and not a left back, it's a different kettle of fish. But I don't see them dropping Destiny. Unless they move Destiny to the right, and I don't see that happening either. I think Spurs' big thing is maybe they're not going to be able to do much. Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't think Kirkes was actually, and this is probably so I'm probably gonna get hated for this, but I don't think Kirkes was actually that good at Bournemouth. It has to be rare. Like, tell me if you think that that's complete and utter bullshit, because it might be. I don't actually think he was that good at Bournemouth. I think he deceived people. I think he was a really fast left back that deceived people into thinking that he was a lot better than he was.
Touched by death.
Slot bought 2 fullbacks, neither of which he trusted to defend. I don't believe that either. Frimpong just got injured really, really quickly. And then when Frimpong ended up coming back, he was just, it's just when Frimpong ended up coming back, then Salah wasn't really performing right. And you kind of needed Frimpong as a winger more than anything else. So I think it's one of those situations of he trusted Frimpong, but he ended up moving him into the forward position because of that. See, that's a conversation for another situation, Senior Kurt, that he's not a right back. That's his traditional position. That's where he's been brought up as. That's the position that he's been in for the years that he ended up signing him from. But he is more of a winger than he is a right back. Sad thing with Frimpong is a worse version of Trent. And Trent's not a good right back either, so... Oh, so you Joshua Kimmich's ass, is what you're telling me. You Joshua Kimmich's ass, move him from right back and put him into centre defensive midfield. I don't think he'd work there either, but hey. And then, by the way, when I say that, then obviously Joshua Kimmich didn't do that IRL, but if you've ever played FM, Joshua Kimmich is one of the best DMs in the goddamn game. So you always move him from right back to DM. Too small and not defensively good enough for the Premier League right back. To be perfectly frank with you, Liverpool's problem wasn't their right back and their left back. Liverpool's problem was the fact that that Konate, for some reason, signed for Real Madrid, but Konate just had a shite season and Van Dijk was dead. So their problem was their centre-backs. I do think you need to buy both a right back and a left back, by the way. I know Szoboszlai can play there, but Szoboszlai's your best midfield. Fight me. Szoboszlai's your best midfielder. Fight me. Szoboszlai's better than all your midfielders. Which is why I still think that you bought... Which is why I still think, and we'll see this season when Areola comes in, that's why I still think you bought Wirtz to play in Salah's position. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not the only one that's on 400k. Anthony Gordon's on 400k at Barcelona. It's bonkers. Anyway, my friends, we have another person who's after coming in here. Please give the wonderful RZ a follow. I ended up chatting to them earlier on today when they,
What is with the goobs in this game? Is it if you can't get out of there? I got some splashes.
Oh, you're so close. I'm sorry.
when they were streaming Dave the Driver. And it seemed like a good bit of crack. I wasn't able to stay as long as I wanted to, but it seemed like a great old stream. Why aren't you fucking working? Yeah, bear with us now, because this is pissing me off. First words. Test the trigger. What did I do to you to break you? Okay, so if I do this. Okay, so we're just testing crap at the moment, so bear with me. Okay, so that brings that up, okay. What has caused you to break? Because you were working before. Welcome message, bring up all of that crap, and then execute the code. Compile. It's successfully compiling. And then if I go like that, nobody touch it. Nobody do any channel points for a minute. I'm going to try something. Okay. So I'll read all your crap in a second, guys. I just want to test and see why this is broken, because this is annoying. Because I was implementing it into someone else's stream as well. So I want it to be working if I can. Yeah, so that's not working. Why? Why is that not working? Okay, that is absolutely fucking infuriating. That's working. And then that should now end up writing into this, which it did. Okay. This was working. Why isn't it working now? Anyway, fuck it. We'll worry about it later on. I'll figure it out. I might do a test stream at one point where I'm trying to figure that, or the next person that comes in, I'll have a gawk at it. But RZ, my friend, how is life treating you? Is your weekend going good, grand, and delicious? I hope that the crack is treating you 90. I hope it's all good, grand, and delicious with you. Are you doing anything for the evening at the moment? Are you sitting down with a glass of whiskey or anything like that? How is the crack treating you? We need a winger or two. A DM, a right back, maybe an LB if we sell Samakis, and I would like a CB. So basically, Kurt, like Manchester United, you need an entire new team. They never make sure they have cover at right back. I mean, to be fair, you did buy that youngster who got injured the minute that you signed him with a torn ACL and was out for 7 months of the season. So you do have him coming back. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with him. If you look at the best fullbacks in the Premier League at the moment, they're all athletic, builds, fast, strong. O'Reilly, Nunes, Timo Livramento, Hall, Coyote, etc. Here's the thing about that one up. I don't think there's any left back and right back in the league that's actually playing as a left back and a right back. I think they're playing as a tracking supported winger. I don't think Timo Livramento is doing the defensive work that a defender needs to be. I would argue that the only person who was in the Premier League, and he's not there anymore, but the only person who was in the Premier League that was playing as a fucking right back or a left back was Aaron Wan-Bissaka. He just didn't have the offensive frontal capabilities that you needed. Coyote, maybe, but I don't think they were doing the actual defensive aspect of being a right back and left back correctly. I think they were just being really deep wingers. The other thing with Coyote is, correct me if I'm wrong, Coyote is 28, isn't he? Oh no, he's 21. Okay, what the fuck was I thinking? Well, in that case, we should go for Coyote and sell Delo. Long throws need banding. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Delo was in the squad. I hope Michael Carrick doesn't fall back into that. Not to score from a throw. But we needed Guehe and City got him. So we bought Jaquette. Interesting. We'll see what ends up happening. I didn't think Jaquette was the one I was thinking of. He bought a kid from, because Jaquette's the buck from Crystal Palace. He bought a kid from, a 19-year-old from Europe as well, didn't you, Senior Kurt? Who immediately got injured with the ACL injury. I cannot remember his name. Or am I mixing he up with a different club that ended up buying that kid? Because he bought him for the guts of 60 million quid, didn't he? Oh yeah, it is Yi that done that, isn't it? No, we bought... That's who I'm thinking of. That's who I'm thinking of, yeah. He got injured immediately with his ACL. And you bought him for 60 million quid. Yeah, that's the buck I'm thinking of. Issue is, there's no way to ban long throw-ins. Well, the way to ban from them is to exploit people from them, but we'll see what ends up happening. Oh, god damn it. And we bought Jaquette in January after missing out on Guehe. I mean, he looks like a really good player, to be fair. But I don't think either of the two of them are ready-made, so that's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening with them. And now we don't have Kanate, so we're in the same boat. Yeah. Yeah, you do need one big signing. I mean, I understand why you wouldn't do it. Personally, if I were ye, I would go to AC Milan and try and sign Chamori. Is that how you pronounce him? The English centre back. Maybe, and by the way, maybe I'm wrong on this. Liverpool fans seem to have gone completely 180 on Gomez. I think Gomez is one of your better defenders. When he was playing last season. Maybe. I personally, I'd be going for someone with more experience in the whole lot. Like, that's why I'd be going for Chamori. You might be able to get him for 40 million quid, and that would be enough for you. But we have squad registration issues. Yeah, there's that too. You have to keep in mind that as much as they pull the piss out of you on FM, you do have to keep an eye on your squad registration. Gomez is good, but never fit. Yeah, that's the thing with him. But that's also a matter of what's going on with your fitness department. And I know that supposedly people were looking into signing him from Brighton. I mean, you could always end up taking the West Ham starlet that ended up having the season of a lifetime and giving Chelsea money that they don't fucking need and buying Axel Disasi. He's Premier League proven, don't you know? He's Premier League proven, so you could just get Axel Disasi. We don't have enough homegrown English players. Well, that's kind of why I'm saying Tomori from AC Milan, because he's technically homegrown. He qualifies under the homegrown associated number, Kurt. That's why I'm kind of recommending Chamori from AC Milan. Yeah, Axel disaster indeed. I don't actually think Axel Disasi is that bad of a defender, to be honest. I think he's just... I think he had a really bad start to his career at... I think he had a really bad start to his career at Chelsea, and he never really recovered from that. And it doesn't help that I think Chelsea's problem was never their defenders. I don't think Axel Disasi was the problem at Chelsea. I think Robert Sanchez was the problem at Chelsea. But I have been ranting about Robert Sanchez and my not hatred, but my disdain for him as a footballer for bloody 2 seasons now. I have no idea how Robert Sanchez is the premier goalkeeper for a Premier League side. Never mind a top 6 Premier League side. I genuinely don't understand how that's a thing. I just don't understand it. Like, if Chelsea don't sign a goalkeeper in the summer, they're just bloody like moronic. They're moronic if they don't do it. So we have Rio with Frimpong, Groupon, and Woodman as homegrown. Is that free? Well, then you're not selling Curtis Jones. I am of the opinion that you should sell Curtis Jones. And also, you're not selling Harvey Elliott. Harvey Elliott is coming back after the horse shit that Villa ended up doing. So, I mean, you have him as well, in theory. Chelsea just need to just get Costa already. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like Diego Costa would be unbelievable for them. Though, to be honest, and I cannot remember the name of him. I was saying it to Benny. I could see their goalkeeper. I could see, fucking West Ham's goalkeeper going to Chelsea this summer. I can never remember the name of that goddamn goalkeeper, but he has been much better for West Ham than West Ham have probably deserved as a goalkeeper. Liverpool have been linked with Costa. Yeah, but I don't know. Like everyone, Liverpool are going to get linked with absolutely everyone. That's the problem with fucking Ben Jacobs and Alex Crook turning around saying that United are going to be signing fucking 7 to 10 players. We're fucking linked to absolutely everyone as well. As Mara doesn't look good enough to be a starter. I don't think Mara Mashkelly, or I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't think Mara Mashkelly is good enough. Mara Mashkelly reminds me as Adrian Onana. Maybe that's who you could sign. You know, it's not out of the realm of possibility for Liverpool to sign a United player. Sign Onana off of us. He'll do a brilliant job for you. Although supposedly, however you pronounce the bloody team that he's at, Twansebador or whatever the fuck their name is, supposedly they're actually looking for a deal to sign Adrian Onana. They actually didn't think he was as bad as some of the clips ended up showing him off to be. I think the goal is that United want 20 million for him in order to recoup some losses on their sheets. And they are only able to pay something like 15, so they might end up doing installments in their payments. But we'll see what ends up happening. I do find it funny, too, that if you believe the statisticians on player prices, which I don't believe that shite for a minute, Senny Lamans is the 3rd most valuable goalkeeper in the world at the moment. Goddamn electricity. I think we should give young Perschetti a chance. I know absolutely nothing about him, Kurt. Nothing about him. Does he actually look like he has the ability to do it? Because one of the good things with United, and kind of why I'm surprised that we gave Tom Heaton a new contract. Well, to be fair, Tom Heaton is both the coach and a backup keeper. Is we have Radek Vivek. I think that's the name of him. We have the 22-year-old who was the championship best player three times in a row coming to us as well. Okay, I need to watch this. Okay, so that bit of it is working. So that bit of it is working. My friend, what is a crack-a-lacking? Is it all going good, Grant, and delicious with you, my friend? I hope that the crack is treating you 90. Is life going fantastic with you? I hope that it is. Brilliant to hear, Panda. Because generally you're one of the good ones. You're a gent and a scholar, and we love to see that it's all going brilliant.
Mushrooms, guys. We making grilled mushrooms. Small tush. Why are you in my house? What the fuck? What do you got a sword?
But yeah, brilliant to hear. Have you been getting up to much yourself in the last wee while, Panda? I hope that it has all been going good, grand, and delicious with you. I hope that the crack has been treating you 90. If we do this and compile, save, and hopefully that will work for us. Sleeping most of the day. Honestly, Panda, you have my respect. I wish I was able to have one of those days. For you being able to do that, you get one of these to wake you the fuck up. Of course, she breaks the minute I try to be coy. Give us a second. I mean, on here, playing a bit of Path of Exiles 2 and enjoying the crack. I ended up going to the gym again today, so my pectoral muscles, for those of you that don't know what they are, these two wonderful bastards are on fire right now. But I was having a good old bit of crack, getting it down, doing fabulous elements there. And, you know, trying to have a good old time, keeping the strength and conditioning up and seeing how she ends up cooking. But in general, it's been a fine old day. I can't wait for the weekend. As things stand, I might be meeting an old friend of mine for a couple of libations tomorrow. And for those of you that haven't searched up what the word libation ends up meaning, libation is the holy act of drinking alcohol in a religious sermon. Which my religious sermon is just entering the fucking pub. So it still counts as being a libation. Fuck you. But yeah, no, the crack is all 90 here, my friend. Beautiful, good, grand, and delicious, as we end up saying. But what about all of you? Is there any crack going on with you? Have you anything planned for the weekend, my friend? I don't know if that's in relation to a song like Nua Nua, Senior Duck, or if you're mentioning something else there. I do think it's going to be a very big summer in the world of football, though. Like, a lot of signings are going to happen, a lot of changes are going to end up occurring. I still don't think we're done with managers getting sacked, if I'm honest. Hey, you know, that's a beautiful way to end up having it, Panda. At the moment, I'm meant to be meeting a friend of mine for a couple of drinks tomorrow, but in general, no, not really. I'm going to climb a mountain tomorrow morning, but that's my normal Saturday treat. There's calling it a mountain is a bit much, but the elevation capabilities is the ground. The starting position is 300 meters above sea level. When I'm finished the walk, I am 700 meters above sea level. So it does technically count as a mountain. So I'll be climbing that in the morning. But other than that, no, I'm taking her Connie. Going to try and do a couple of improvements to the stream, add a couple more pop-ups that make it a bit more enjoyable. If you can think of any good memes to add onto a stream, I would appreciate it, my friend. Because, like, obviously I have the which is typically used in FM, but is suitable here as well. I have the likes of this.
Shut up.
Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
But I can make more of them and just add a bit more gravitas to the stream and just enjoy the crack with everyone, you know? But we'll see, you know. All in all, I like to keep my weekends Connie and just relax throughout them, you know? Here we go, our big ass fight here against the golem. It's actually not the biggest boss fight that you fight here in this game. Yeah. Thank you so much for the stream streak, my friend. It's a pleasure having you in. Genuinely, it's gas crack chatting to you. Are you all excited for getting back to the world of streaming yourself in the near future? Because I know your return is coming soon enough, isn't it, big man? So, by the way, if you haven't, and I know we've already done the shout out for him, but genuinely, Panda is one of the best streamers I've ever ended up seeing. His energy and the whole lot is awesome. Give him a follow if you can do, my friends. And I'm sure most of you already have done it, but still. Yeah, we ain't bonking this as good as we normally do. I think it was just that the stun wasn't showing up. Anyway, we got the flame, which is what we needed. Dump you and take you. Dump you and take you. Dump you. And we'll sell you. And we'll identify the rest of this crap. Stop feeding my ego and focus on the game. I mean, you know, I can feed your ego and focus on the game, Senior Panda. I mean, I didn't die. It would be a different kettle of fish if I died. I managed to successfully achieve what we needed to do. So I can end up doing both. Rub your ego and end up performing good, because bitch, I'm brilliant. Aha. I'm brilliant. I'm saucy. I'm good at this, bitch. Feeding my ego is not allowed, true bam. But yeah, no, it's all going good, grand and delicious, my friend. But yeah, no, in general, life is going well for me. I'm enjoying my new haircut. It means that I don't have to do as much crap. I actually somewhat look suave with me doing absolutely nothing with my hair today, so I don't need to buy hats in order to hide my horrible hair, just so I look slightly better. Beautiful, you know, scouting regiment hats. But you know, still the crack is 90 there.
It'll take a bit if my
Ooh, okay, yeah, the horn that we've sound at the top of the bloody thing. It's hilarious that it doesn't just let you plonk it. Okay. So, cool. I suppose I should ask you too, if you're still here, Senior Duck. Have you been watching any animes in the last wee while? I've been taking it a bit conny, and in the new anime season, or releases that have been coming out, I haven't really been watching any of them. Like my big one, the obsession log of Beyonce, who calls herself the villainess, I haven't actually watched the latest episode for, and I still haven't started season 4 of Slime, even though I've heard good things about it. But I haven't actually watched much of the new crap this season. So we'll see what ends up happening. And of course, Vox Machina season 4 has just released too. And I love that series. I love anything to do with Critical Role. I want to give as much love to that as I can. So that's something I need to end up watching as well. Yeah, Rick and Morty came out. To be fair, I have watched all of the episodes of Rick and Morty thus far. It's interesting. The first 2 episodes have been very, very interesting. I'll say that. I don't know if I call them good. I don't know if I call the first 2 episodes good, but I'll definitely call them interesting.
As you wish.
I need to catch up with Daemons of the Shadow Realm. I do too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Daemons of the Shadow Realm is Chinese, isn't it? It's originally a Chinese animation. It's kind of like oh god, what's the name of it? It's kind of like the one about your man that is super powered and literally you know, infatuates the entirety of one of the greatest families in all of China. That doesn't help at all. The fuck is the name of that Chinese show? Yeah, because it's him there on the images. That 1 second. Danoa, not you. Wasn't Lord of Mysteries, wasn't you, wasn't you, wasn't you, wasn't you. You're not gonna give me the name, are you? Not you, not you, not you, not you, not you. You're not gonna give me the fucking name, are you? I always see it whenever I go onto my site to end up watching stuff, and I've watched the first bloody season of the goddamn thing, so I should remember it. Yeah, it's the one with you. What the hell is your name? Please have the list here. Of course you don't have the fucking list here. I'm not watching the entirety of a video to figure it out. Battle to the Heavens, not that. Tales of the Demons and Gods, awesome bloody thing, but not that. Martial Universe, not that. Foghill, not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. Oh, god damn it. Why are you making it so hard to find the fucking show? Oh, that's the one made by him. Fair enough. That makes sense. Or them. The My Hero anime. No, To Be Hero X is another one. No, the one I'm on about is God, I wish I could find it. I mean, this guy would kill Goku in a second, so it's hilarious that he's coming up there. No. The only reason I'm doing this is this will genuinely piss me off. Yeah, it has 5 seasons. It's on its 5th season this season. At one particular point in time, he goes to hell and ends up Kari whooping the demon lord of hell. He's so strong that his love interest's family turns around and says, unless you're able to shoot this ball around the world and come back to me, we won't end up recognizing you. And he does it. He sends it around the world 5 times. Yeah, that's doing regular anime. It's not showing me. No, fuck it. I'll just watch that video until it tells me. Give me 1 second. It's not King's Avatar. It's not Mob Psycho. Not God. Not that. Daily life of the immortal king. That is indeed the fucking bastardo. Daily life of the immortal king. Yes. That busted piece of shit. A complete author. Shit. Show of a show. But it's my cup of tea. It's my cup of tea. That's the type of crap I like, because I'm an ass. I haven't watched it, but it's on my list. To be honest, it's a bit of crack. You should watch it if you can do. It's genuinely a bit of crack. Need you to be on so I can hear shit. Okay, good. Yeah. And I think now you're officially better. Kinda. I need to rewatch Lord of Mysteries before the special comes out next month. Not a bad idea. Here's the thing about Lord of Mysteries. Correct me if I'm wrong, because one of the things that people were complaining about with Lord of Mysteries was that the animation wasn't good on that show. I haven't watched Lord of Mysteries. I know, shock. But genuinely, the clip that I've seen for the special makes it look fucking gorgeous. So I'm just curious how Lord of Mysteries actually is. Is it any good? Whoever said that. Just someone I was talking to said that the animation wasn't that good and that as a story, it skips a crap ton of content. So as a result of which they wouldn't recommend it that way either. But I have to watch it, so again, that's why I'm saying I can't give a full clarification. I have to actually watch it.
Off is the direction you can fuck.
Well, at least we know what your opinion is of it. That's what I love. Give your opinion honest and how you end up feeling properly about it. Ah, yeah. I know one of the things that I have to do in the very near future is because I want to actually give support for such a element like this, because I can't lie, I did sail the ocean blues to watch them. I have to go into the actual cinema and watch Obsession and Backrooms. Backrooms more so than Obsession, because a 20-year-old YouTube personality going out of his way to actually make a goddamn show and making it is just beautiful. And you have to kind of give support to that if you can. If you're that young and you're actually willing to take that risk, and for it to succeed, Backrooms succeeding at a 20-year-old outside of Hollywood, coming into Hollywood the same way as Markiplier did, and completely wrecking shop and embarrassing Hollywood, try and give as much love as you can to that. So, you know, try and share the love. If you haven't watched them, just for that reason alone, if you can watch your horror movies, try and watch both Obsession and Backrooms. Obsession mainly because that actress, whatever the hell her name is that's a star-making performance. Speaking of Lord of Mysteries, let me know. What are we speaking of? What about it?
Another rooster.
Well, not really. This is the one we had before. Ooh, Skull of the Titan.
The signature seems to be coming from this location. The caravan should be able to take us there.
Okay, cool. Okay, so let's go there now, considering this is plot. Ooh, I never checked too. Did the SpongeBob song play for you, Senior Duck? I wasn't paying attention to it. I'm not sure it did. It was Hey, what one is it? It was Hey You People. Or did you just try putting in the entirety of the goddamn SpongeBob list? What was it you ended up getting? Songify. Oh my god, that Father of the Year shirt. How did I miss that? That's gorgeous. I don't know, my friend. I've refunded you anyway, just in case, so. Fuck it. We can't be arsed figuring it out. Okay, anyway, Coolaboola. Talk to her for a second. Search evidence for Lamu's faith. Yep, cool.
The others cannot if you have. No need to rush.
Cheers, didn't play. Okay, because I think you linked the playlist and not the song, Duck. Because I tried playing it there and it brought me the playlist, not the actual song itself. So whatever you were trying to play there, if you want to do it again, do it. But you need to link the actual song, not the playlist. Ooh, nice. They're really nice art covers of the Lord of Mystery books. Okay, this is an area I don't think I've been to before, so this will be interesting. A long dead titan, it's more than what it seems. So if you want to try that again, because I have no problem with it playing. In fact, I'm actually quite interested in what you were actually trying to play. Put in the song request again, because I'd love to end up hearing what it was you were actually trying to get me to listen to. If you want, obviously, you don't need to worry about it. Open, you fucker! I know you're trying to be mysterious in the whole lot game, but you can be mysterious on your own time. This is my time, and on my time, we move with gusto, bitch! Yeah, good. I'm gonna come back to you in a second once we check the rest of this map out. Okay, so I have to do some research on the vertical stream, because I'm just after looking at the YouTube vertical stream there, and it's miles behind. Miles behind, so I'm going to stop the vertical stream on YouTube, no one comes into it anyway, and try and figure out later on why that's happening. I know Cap'n was doing some vertical streaming. If anyone knows anything about vertical streaming, please let me know. because the fact that that's miles behind is annoying. And if I can multi-stream, I want to multi-stream. It was a joke because you said someone said a sandwich when it come up. Ah, interesting. Well then, hey, we'll still listen to the song anyway and have the crack with it when it comes in. Should it work? Let me know if it doesn't work, because I'm trying to pay attention but not really paying attention.
Made for human hands. It's possible others have studied the Titan's technique as we are now. However, their
I mean, it is queued up, so we should be able to hear it after this song.
arsenals were crafted by the same smith. Besides,
A workbench. Are these rune-smithing tools?
Oh no, you can't hear any song.
Well, well. None of this is Marrakech. Oh, look here.
No, it's definitely playing, because I can hear it here. You know, I can hear it in this ear, so it's definitely playing. You just mightn't recognize. You just must think that the Nobu song is actually game audio. So here, oh, okay. I think I have the audio set balanced okay, so maybe I need to increase it a bit. Let me know if I do.
Volume after
I mean, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but yeah.
Give in. We need to finish the. I'd say we shouldn't linger too long here.
Alloys. Okay, interesting. What did we get to? Removes a random modifier and argument a rare item with a clear guaranteed modifier. Boots. Temporary oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, that has the potential to be next level useful for me. Yeah, anyway, we've advertised this up in the meantime, my friends, so I'll just end up getting back to the next zone that we need to while the advertisement is going, and chat to you for a second while we're waiting on it. Dave Meltzer, you're such a fucking tit.
The path to death. Time is short. Make
A $1 billion company doesn't fucking end up becoming a $1 billion company for wasting money. You're going to end up looking and seeing where you can end up making their changes, so. Anyway, never mind that. I just pre-ordered every book as Sun was available. The Lord of Mysteries effing loved, so my father hated it. I was up 3 AM every episode release day. Interesting. Hey, but at least you enjoyed it, Duck. Like, it's not everyone's taste, and taste is in the eye of the beholder, but so long as you enjoyed it, that's all that really mattered, isn't it? Item has no space for more mods. Interesting. I don't know if I believe that. Target is not magic. Okay. So we need to get stronger orbs in order for that to work. Let's see if I bring you in. Okay. Huh. Well, then in that case, we might just be better equipping this goddamn gem. Oh wait, I'm not actually showing the game again. Dunderhead. There we go. So we might be better just equipping this gem. I don't think we can make this gem any better. So we can just equip you into this dual slot. Yeah, cool. I needed to watch it all in English, to be frank. Is like, have you watched any of the English dub, Senior Duck? Because, like, I haven't, obviously. Because, as I said, I haven't watched Lord of Mysteries, and I need to. Like, was it good subbed? Or is it a case of you need to watch the English dub? First two, okay. And was it better subbed? Do you think, based on what you've seen so far? I think they've eliminated the backtracking of needing to go back into that zone. No difference. Okay, fair enough. Because I know there's been this bit of a conversation happening, and I don't know where to lie on this particular stance. That people have been complaining an awful lot about voice acting, and I am one of the height of people to complain about it. As we've all seen, I have complained mercilessly, absolutely mercilessly, about voice acting in the likes of Wolverine, the game Wolverine and the whole lot, because it bothers the shite out of me the way they've done the voice direction of Wolverine and blah 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 blah. But I must say that someone was ended up making the point that we don't really know Chinese or Japanese, so we don't know if the voice acting that they're doing is any good. Beautiful, it's working. Okay, Chaos, my friend. What's a crack-a-lackin'? Is it all going good, Grant, and delicious with you? How is life treating you? My edits in the background are working again, so that's absolutely gorgeous. How is life treating you, my friend? Is it all going good, grand, delicious, my friends? If you haven't done so, give the mighty, the wonderful, the extremely awesome Chaos Ascends a follow. You haven't done your interview yet with Risen, have you, Chaos? Let me know when that's meant to be. I want to try and give publicity for that when it ends up coming. Is it Monday? Or when are you actually doing that? Or have you done it and I've just been a dunderhead and missed it, unfortunately? Ooh, you got some biddies. Not too bad. Nice clip. Dude, I was exhausted last night, so I ended up watching some peeps last night. Yeah, I ended up seeing. I stayed up a wee bit to see whether or not you were around, but my stream ended up finishing early as well due to, you know, things. So, it didn't end up going on as long as it ended up going. No, sir, Risen got busy, so we're going to reschedule, but I'm interviewing Tio Smalls on Monday. Not too bad. That'll be a bit of crack for you, my friend. Have you gotten your questions already lined up and delivered? I suppose if I was going to ask one thing, just ask them before it finishes. Senior Chaos, is there crack going 90? Just for me. Ask them, is the crack 90? Nah, kid. I'm going to interview Tio on the 8th, Mystical Ferns on the 15th, and Risen on the 22nd. Well, hey, at least you have the schedule set up. You know what you're doing, and it'll be nice growth and experience for you to know where it's going to end up going. I'll try and catch into them wherever I can. I'm guessing you're posting the final product on YouTube, are you? Or are you doing anything like that? I have some basic questions, but I like to see where people take the interviews, so I can't predict, yes, the crack will be 90. Indeed, it will be, my friend. Because the crack's always 90 when you're involved. They do end up on YouTube. Not too bad. Happy out. And I'm guessing your YouTube channel is just Chaos Ascends, is it? Or do you have a different name on your YouTube channel? But I keep everything on YouTube as a record. It's you. Oh wait, does it have YouTube in front of it? Okay. It does. Okay. So my friends, if you can, and I'm not doing this because there's going to be one with me, if it's not already, unless it's already uploaded. Yes, it's already been uploaded. You can go and visit that there, my friends. This is definitely not because I'm a vain asshole who wants people to end up turning around and saying, "You done well, Daddy Senpai." It's definitely not to ingratiate and to improve my own ego. The fact that I died immediately when it was empowered too is annoying because the empowering actually ends up giving you a benefit at the end of it if you're able to kill them. I don't know if it's doing it. I think the boots are actually creating another minion. Have +2 to limit minions summoned. Temporary minion skills have +2, 2 to 1 limit of minions. Certain skills can only limit number of effects at once. If the effect is created while minions. Does that mean wait a minute, did I accidentally temporary minion skills? I think I might have accidentally made myself worse. Yeah, I think I might have accidentally made myself worse, which is hilarious if I did. Maybe not. Fuck it, we'll run with it for now anyway. Yep, someone already had my name there, but I have Chaos Sense on TikTok and YouTube. We're also super close to 1,500 followers. Congratulations, my friend, you deserve it. So, are you going to be doing another big long stream when you get to 1,500, or will you actually be sensible, keep it conny, and just look after yourself and just enjoy the next stream with a wee bit more gumption? Because honestly, man, you deserve it. It's awesome to see that things are going well for you, big man. Ooh, okay, first time in a while we've had this. So I go here. Should play. I don't think it did. I'm approving the fucker, come on. What do you mean? Okay, bear with us. Well, that's why it hadn't logged me in. Even though I'd logged into it, it didn't log me in. Bear with us, Duck.
Hi, my name is Craic and I'm a tit. Duck_of_quack played text-to-speech for 5,000 channel points.
Well, considering that took so long to end up doing, I refunded you, my friend. But yeah, no, it's nice to see that that's still working. Yes, sir, another 24-hour, I'm excited. I can already tell we're going to be friends. Yes, Duck is one of the great ones. Duck, if you believe it, Chaos. And he hasn't completely shattered into the void of insanity. Has an over 100 stream streak here. How he hasn't busted into the elements of insanity, I can't tell you. But genuinely, it's impressive to see that he's been here that long. That's closer to 21 days, by the way, because that command was broken for the first 4 months that he ended up coming in. But yeah, he has over 20 days watching me, which is kind of bonkers. You know, I am half tempted to break my rule of not paying for someone's therapy and actually paying for his therapy. Yeah, it's nice to have someone there anyway. I don't think I deserve it, mind you, but it's awesome that he'd enjoyed it enough to be willing to come back 100 bloody days. I was insane before I got here. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, you did one of the first streams you ended up coming in on, you did tell me that you were playing 3 versions of FM at the same goddamn time. What was it? I think you were playing FM 24, 23, and 21 at the same time. Was that what it was, Duck? If you remember? I know that that's yonks ago. It's almost a year now since you ended up joining, but I think that's what you were at the time, you absolute daft bastard. Like we have he knows he has a problem when it comes down to FM, and to be fair to him, he's been trying to work on it. He's been failing, but he's been trying. And I mean, trying is one way I've ended up doing. I can check my messages, CB. Nah, don't bother, big man. If you don't remember off the top of your head, then it's fine. Like it's still a point and a half that you were on bloody 3 of them at the same time. Ooh, my glass cannon nature's starting to bite me in the ass. Yeah. As you can see there, I'm a wee bit too glass cannony. It's starting to bite me in the ass a little. But that's kind of the problem with the warrior builds. That's why I was watching an old school, it's a year old now, Freakazoid video. By the way, another absolutely amazing YouTuber if you want something funny to end up watching on YouTube. Freakazoid. I think his videos are fucking hilarious, if I'm honest. And he was talking about this, and he goes into a goddamn rant. The video was meant to be about how Path of Exile 2 is eating the breakfast of Diablo 4, but he basically just ends up talking about the warrior build on this, which is what I am, and how people are in denial about how warrior builds are actually, you know, semi-decent.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Just kill both the... Okay, give us a second. Don't kill me, fuck off! Okay, good. We didn't get the regal orb. Oh, we broke the fucking thing. Okay, fine. We must have killed them fast enough that I thought that the regal orb spawned, but we didn't actually get the regal orb, so that's just a waste of a rune. Like, to be fair, we don't at the moment need a regal orb. You at the end game disassemble all your shite and actually make good weapons. Like, the weapon I have is still stronger than most of the weapons that I've ended up having for a warrior build, but it can be significantly stronger. Like, you can add to these type of weapons the ability to have plus on your physical skills, and if I had plus on my physical skills now, I would be next level crackerjacked. Like, I'll show you what I mean when I get into the next area and we actually aren't being hunted down by all of these monsters. These floozies that want my attention. Okay. So yeah, if we come to here and we look at our weapon. So our thing here crushes enemies on hit, as 68% damage increase on that, adds physical damage, increased speed, and a whole lot. That's been very good for what we've been doing so far, because it does base damage of 69, 90 damage, which is fine and fantastic based on what we were having before. But it's not exactly great. Now it's starting to become underwhelming, so we do need to look for an actual better hammer. So that's one of our next objectives, if we get lucky to find a hammer that's actually not too bad. This area, by the way, was one of the areas that nuked us like a bitch the last time because of how narrow the goddamn thing is. It can be quite a significant pain in the arse, this particular zone. But maybe the fact that we can run through them will make this significantly easier than it was the last time. Because the big thing was, the unfortunate thing about this area is it doesn't have all that many checkpoints, so you're just running through the entirety of the map, which means if you die, it just respawns everyone, which is fine. But like in tight areas like this, it does mean you have to kill all of them, and I'm lazy. You know, it's funny that I'm playing a game without trying to play the game. Which is a indictment of me more than it is the game. Ooh, the frame rate's chugging a tad. This is potentially concerning. Because normally what I have to do is reset the game when this happens. Please don't make me have to reset the game in this goddamn map of all maps. Or if I do, let me find a checkpoint first. Oh, bollocks. Okay, fuck it. Here, we'll be back in a second, guys. Big head mode for a second while we reset the game. Hopefully it won't end up causing too much issues and the map won't have reset. I think that has to be my internet or something that's causing that to happen, because it's fascinating that it's happening, you know, just randomly in the middle of the stream. Like, we've been going for about 2 hours, so, you know, it's interesting that it's happening again. Ooh, Star Wars Zero Company. Ooh, a brand new Star Wars game is coming out, and gameplay trailers after coming out for that. Confirms in August release. Everyone says RTS is dead, but on the other hand, turn-based strategy games seem to be making a resurgence. I haven't seen the game, so I don't know what it's like. A live look at Summer Game Fest and just a random image of Tupac. Star Wars Zero Company? I don't know. VGC just ended up posting up a bit of it, confirming that earlier. Lengthy track record of doing that. The game's released. The trailer ends up coming down there. Command the galaxy's finest in tactical operation investigations and other heart-pounding missions through cinematic original stories set in the Clone Wars saga. So it's a Clone Wars story, Senior Chaos, if you're into that. Strategize and adapt at both your base of operations, ever-shifting battlefields to make every move count. The more outcomes to make different decisions. Deploys teams of operatives composed of a wide variety of characters and archetypes, ranging from scoundrels to Aristomechs and even Jedis, choosing from an arsenal of technical abilities to outmaneuver your enemy and foes, improve your skills as you deploy them on missions, and learn how they end up having synergies to beat everyone in battle. Yeah, so it looks interesting. So basically Star Wars Battlefront 2, but more strategy. I think it's an RTS. I think it's an RTS Star Wars game. So I think, based on the descriptions being done there, kind of like a Crusader Kings or Civilization. Game. But I don't know. I haven't seen the trailer. So... Oh yeah, by the way, IGN ended up doing a review for Where the Winds Meets in Metadata 6. Apparently that game is getting so many updates that it's doing well. Also, confirmed and rumored games for Summer Games Fest. Star Wars Zero Company confirmed. Guild Wars confirms. Blood Massage confirmed. Assassin's Creed Black Flag we already knew about. The Devil May Cry remake, interesting. Resident Evil 9 DLC. Code Veronica remake. Oh, if we get news about Kingdom Hearts 4, I'll be a baby that's so happy. Persona 4 Revival. Yeah, we'll see stuff about that. Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra. And a FromSoft pirate game. So a pirate-based Dark Souls game, which would be interesting. Those are the rumored things. Not all of them are confirmed, but we'll see what ends up happening, because obviously Summer Games Fest is happening right now. So I'll look and see what ends up happening with it later on after the fact. I'm talking about all... Oh, we set the map, didn't I? Fuck me. was hoping it wouldn't reset the map. I know we didn't end up filling out much of the map, but I just didn't want it to bloody reset the map. But yeah, it should be an interesting bit of crack. Yeah, I'm watching Homeless Ghost 2. She's all Summer Games stuff. Is she like actually watching the Summer Games thing itself? I haven't figured out how to set it up for copyright and all that type of stuff, so that's one of the reasons I don't want to stream it. I'd happily watch it now, but I don't know if you're meant to have a water cover over it or anything like that to watch what's actually happening with it. So I'll wait for now, and I'll react to all of that stuff later on. You know? Well, how did you shoot yourself in your foot, Duck? What did you end up doing? And why did you do something so daft? I love Homeless Ghosts content anyway. Homeless is awesome, so it's nice to see that the crack is going 94. Big head. Oh, fuck it. Thank you so much, Duck. You're a gent and a scholar. The fact that I keep doing that and I'm watching my goddamn own stream is annoying as hell. You know, you think that I was a professional at this instead of making the same fucking mistake over and over and over again. Dude, I'm still so sad that the game they were going to make, an FPS shooter based on StarCraft where you play as Ghost Fighter Pro Souls and in first person, it was cancelled. Yeah. But the sad thing is there actually a big enough market for StarCraft and that type of thing at the moment? I'm not sure there is. I know you love it on the whole lot, but I don't actually know if there's a big enough market for it at the moment. And that's the really sad thing about it, but it's a shame when something that's really interesting ends up getting cancelled like that. Like, you know, dude, for StarCraft, it's one of the biggest games still. No, I know the game itself is, but that doesn't mean that a game in the universe in a completely different genre would end up selling, you know? Like a prime example of that, and this isn't a fair comparison, but it's a comparison I'll use because I think you'll get me. Danganronpa is one of the most popular visual novels that was released by Spike Chunsoft. They ended up making a third-person shooting version of Danganronpa known as, what was that shooting game called? Danganronpa series. So yeah, they ended up making another Battle Ultimate Despair Girls, which was basically just a third-party shooter, and that didn't do well because it's a completely different genre than what's ended up coming down to it. So that would be my worry about it. Otherwise, I agree with you. It's a massive franchise and it should end up successful. I would have bought it just to experience that. Yeah, true. But maybe it would have cost too much to make. Maybe there was technical issues that meant that they couldn't do it. It's hard to bloody know why that got cancelled. I wasn't reading into it as to why that got cancelled. I didn't even know that they were making it. So, you know, interesting that way. Star Wars has gone into so many genres. I feel that StarCraft could, but that's a different kettle of fish as well, because Star Wars didn't start as a game franchise. You have to be careful with the way that you go about it. You can make it work. Like Mario, for example, goes into every fucking genre and it works. You can make it work if you have the brand awareness to make it work, but you have to be careful on how you do it. Like, it's not a matter of it can't work. It's a matter of you just have to be careful and ensure that the way you do it will make it work, if you get me. We're never going to use that. What happens if they go up and I go down next season? You shall cry, Senior Duck. Cry like a whiny bitch. But yeah, no, it's interesting. You know what? In the background, actually, I'm going to put on Summer Games Fest in case it ends up announcing something that's interesting. So if I do this, I can put that down there. Actual in-game footage. Jack Brew. I know what this is. What is this again? Ooh. This looks like a Genshin... What they're showcasing now looks like a Genshin Impact bloody scene, but it isn't. I think this might be Final Fantasy, is it? Nope, it isn't. So I'll just wait and I'll see you and I'll comment on it afterwards. So I have it on in the background if you want to watch it as well and know what ends up going on. God, oosh. Okay, so an ornate box now, so we can do this. I'm watching it too, yeah. I will say, like, the fact that it's another bloody female there that has a really bad face, like, the fact that you have a child that looks like that, I don't know. Hopefully that isn't the main character. I hate bloody playing as those type of anime children. Oh no, that is the main character, of course it is. But it's an anime game, so no one will give a shit. Looks interesting though, the art style. The fact that you don't see your face for 90% of it is good though. It's like, that was my big thing with Wolverine and God of War. I don't actually give a shit about the fact that God of War is Laufey as the new character. I give a shit that the character model is atrocious. That and the fact that Jack Quaid is being used as a goddamn slime. There's no reason to use Jack Quaid. You could have just used any random fucker, considering it's not looking like a... Ooh, this looks interesting, whatever this is. So give it 1 second.
Cuts one of their jaws, detaching it. A blade appears from her right gauntlet. She skydives past moving, flying vehicles. Title: Stellar Blade, Blood Rain.
Oh, it is Stellar Blade game. I don't like that they're using an AI voice for that.
Second Eve Studio. Jeff Keighley.
That was a good one. Shift
oh,
Up is
okay,
returning
so
to the world of Stellar Blade with an all-new sequel.
All of the chat is saying mute the AI. That's hilarious.
Today. Set in the same universe as Stellar Blade, this next chapter continues the story beyond the events of the first game, introducing a new protagonist who you saw there, Evie. It's early.
Okay. Evie looks interesting, but I will say I don't like her face. I don't like the way that her face is. But hey, you know, that's just me being a winchbag. Star Ocean, The Last Hope vibes. I don't actually know Star Ocean, so I can't comment on it though. I've never played it. Oh, Capcom, okay. I'll just swap over to it if I see something interesting that I want to talk about, but for the moment, I'm not going to watch the whole thing. Because otherwise I'm just going to end up doing this and dying a lot. Botched. Want to see some gameplay before I swap over to this one, because this looks interesting, but I have no idea what it is. Oh, Street Fighter characters. Fair enough. Makes sense. No interest in Street Fighter. Well, they're adding Tifa to Street Fighter. Is she one of the characters that people would want in Street Fighter? Would people actually want Tifa as a playable character in Street Fighter? Like, I know, if it's not Street Fighter, then it was Tekken. I know they added, Baki Hama's father to it. Which, you know, is an interesting inclusion, I'll admit. Roll, you fucking dick! Okay, so running with this build is just... Yeah, so this area is going to have the same issue that it had before. Running in this area means I'm just going to get tripped, so I don't really have a choice but to kill all these dicks, do I? This is one of the reasons I don't like this map. But we'll see. We'll try and get by them and not die in the meantime. Run down this way. Roll, rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. My favorite Undertaker song, by the way, Rollin'. If anyone wasn't aware of that, I've only mentioned it 1,000 times. I actually do wish in a way I was good at fighting games. I have Dragon Ball FighterZ downloaded on this computer, and I wish I was able to actually get good at that game, because it looks so cool. The way that the characters put down seems awesome. Watching people that are actually good at fighting games is the highest of experience that you can end up getting. But I am so goddamn bad at fighting games. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Yes, Yuichiro Hama. The man that made Barack Obama and Donald Trump piss their pants in the lore of the game, in the lore of the anime. Which is hilarious when you think about it, that the mangaka decided to do that because he's an absolute troll and a half. I mean, if you can get away with doing crap like that and taking a piss take out of another government, why the fuck not? And it makes sense. Yuichiro fucking ended up. Ooh, okay. Hold on. So we're getting Final Fantasy Part 3.
Awakening mighty weapons to stand against this celestial threat.
I'm guessing that's Bahamut.
Hope endures in those who fight.
Long story short, the world's in trouble. It has been for a while.
Cloud stands with his team.
Let's give Sephiroth.
Oh, there's still the AI going.
Vincent, Cloud, and several others
Yep.
skydive off of a flying ship.
You can see them all trying to get them to mute the AI.
Together they battle in village.
Honestly, that AI would be enough for me not to bloody end up listening to it at all. Although it is funny that you can't miss anybody, I don't think. But it looks interesting.
I could do this.
I know there are some people that are annoyed that they're not doing like regular turn-based, that they want an actual Final Fantasy VII remake of Final Fantasy VII. Like, this one, Rebirth, is interesting, but have an actual remake of Final Fantasy VII as well, of the turn-based game. I haven't played any of the Final Fantasy Rebirth games, so it's something I need to do in the future. The Baki mangaka previous works, including a manga about makeup and the art of apologizing. Makes sense.
Sephiroth reaches forth. Title.
God damn it, the AI. No, genuinely, that AI would be enough to make me not listen to the goddamn thing. Genuinely, that AI would be enough for me not to listen to the goddamn thing. That'd be enough for me to turn off the entirety of the Summer Games Fest and just come back to it later on. That, and I I don't know if I'm in the minority of this or if this is okay to say. I don't think Jeff Keighley is a good host. I mean, he's the one that ends up organizing all of this shit, so fair play to him. But as an actual host, I don't actually think he's that good of a host. You know. It's the same thing as on AAA at the moment. Rey Mysterio is being used as one of the commentators. Rey Mysterio is not a commentator. Legend of the business. Unbelievable when it comes down to Lucha Libre. Unbelievable when it comes down to wrestling. As a commentator, he is shite. Shite. He doesn't have the excitement or the voice in order to do commentary. Oh, okay, so the third version of Final Fantasy is called Revelation because they decided to wake up in the morning and become the most generic bastards in the fucking world, apparently. Did you know when Risu Kano dies, he reincarnates into a fantasy world in a spin-off manner? I did not know that. What is the name of that goddamn manga? Is it done by the same mangaka? Senior Duck. Because that genuinely sounds like it could be an interesting read. That sounds like it could be a fascinating read. I don't suspect we're going to get any Kingdom Hearts 4 announcements, but I will be jumping like a goddamn schoolgirl if we do.
You are relentless, but that is the time of the fighting is nigh.
Okay, so let's just beat this Defiler to fuck. Indeed, my friend, what is a crack-a-lackin'? Is it all going good, Grant, and delicious with you today? Is the crack going 90? I hope that it's all good for you. How is life treating you, my friend? Oh, bollocks, I just died. I'm here just, sitting down here playing some Path of Exiles. I have Final Fantasy, or not Final Fantasy, I have Summer Games Fest in the background because Chaos reminded me of it. Matthew Mercer on stage there helping them talk is interesting. But yeah, is life going good with you, my friend? How is your weekend treating you? Let us know how the crack is treating you. I hope that it's good, grand, and delicious. Yeah, all good. The heat wave last week kicked my arse. I kicked everyone's arse, to be fair, my friend. But at least it's over now. That's the entirety of our British summer. We're done now. We don't get to enjoy anymore. But, you know, we'll see how things end up going. British and Irish summer, both gone now out of that. But, you know, screw it. We'll enjoy ourselves and we'll continue with the crack anyways. Are you doing anything exciting for this coming weekend, my friend? Are you joining some of the other people in playing the brand new Goals game? I'm not going to bother touching it at the moment. It doesn't seem like my cup of tea. But we'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind on that in the future. The hay fever as well was torture. Yes, I have an allergy to dust mite, so I understand that. Hay fever kicks me like a bitch as well. It's a nightmare when it ends up happening to you. Come on, game. Maybe it's because he's in the center and we're just not hitting him right, but we're doing no fucking damage to this guy. Unfortunately, insanely annoyingly, we're just doing no damage to him in comparison to the damage that we normally do. Yeah, Matthew Mercer on there talking, I think for the Japanese guys, I'm not sure. I don't have it on now, the AI was pissing me off too much. Duck God, the name that seems funny to me at the time. I mean, it's a very good name, but I love Duck anyway. Duck is a gas bit of crack. But all of you are gas. Thankfully there's no one that comes around here that isn't a good bit of fun to end up talking with. You know, you love to see it. Basically. Okay, so we have that beaten now. So speak to... okay, it's good. So we travel back now. Craic, go find the hay in the needle stack. You have the duration of the song Night Fever to complete. In the immortal words of a wise man, Senior Duck.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
Because I ain't doing that, my friend.
Need something? No need to rush. I shall put this to use.
Bula Bula, then we go to the stash. Night Fever, Night Fever. I don't think I ever had that now. I know that some of the nights were just unbearably hot, but I don't think I had any actual problems with the night itself, thankfully. But I can understand why you might end up having something like that. We've got to the Trials of Scaramish because we're defining a brand new token. So we go into the token now. We don't get anything much off of the token now, unfortunately. I don't know if you can end up finding one of these that will get you a new Ascension perk. But hey, we're as well do the fight while we can, I suppose. But into the fray we go now for another test of strength. I played Path of Exile 1. Is this one good? Yes, I really like Path of Exile 2, I have to say. I know you have to pay to get into the early access, but it's 50% off at the moment. I genuinely think it's worth it. I have enjoyed all of this game. It's the reason why I've been playing it quite a significant amount over the last wee while. I like the game. I think it has good vibes to it. It's like Path of Exile 1. It's very, very complicated. You'd almost want to be following a guide, which is the one downside of the game. That it's quite easy to get overwhelmed on all of the information that it's telling you. And as a result of which, it's quite easy to get confused or make a build that's just brutally weak. And as a result of which, that makes the game seem quite low. But I love the build I have. I have enjoyed all of the instances, even with the bad build that I ended up doing, playing it. So I would highly recommend it now myself. Happened every time for the past 18 months. Whenever I get a cold, I sneeze like 100 times. Happen whenever 100 times 24 hours. Oh, the annoyance of that, my friend. Genuinely, I hate, like, sneezing is one of those things. I'm not as bad as Vince McMahon in that if you sneeze, he hates you, because Vince McMahon, the crazy bastard, hated sneezing because it was one body control that you couldn't control, and as a result of which he hated the fact that something would happen to his body that he couldn't control. Insane fucker. Of course, that's not the only thing insane about Vincent Kennedy McMahon, but never mind that. It's just funny as hell. I've been sneezing, Duck, every 5 minutes at the moment, though. Hay fever. Yeah. Nothing more fun than it, eh, Indy? Yeah. Sorry, now bear with me. We're just gonna kill these guys and get out of the way. The tablets do nothing for me. I must admit, they've never done anything for me either whenever I've ended up attempting to end up getting tablets for something like that. Much to my chagrin. It has always annoyed me a bit that they've never done anything. But, for the most part, I just avoid humanity when it ends up happening. I think they might be a con. No, I don't think that, to be fair. It's just every individual person it is affected differently on hay fever. So I think it's just you are affected in a different way. You might end up needing something like increased iron to end up improving your capabilities or something like that. It's different the way that it ends up working, but I can understand why it would feel that way. Well, not capabilities, improve your resistances is the word that I'm looking to say. You know, if I was an intelligent person, I could use the English fucking language. I have up to 10 sneezes in a row. They're loud. Oh, the Summer Games Fest is over. Okay. Then I look at whatever was being said there. The fact that it finished today with Final Fantasy Revelations is disappointing. To me. Admittedly. Probably just me, but it's disappointing to me. The Code Vein looks interesting. I don't like the face of the main character for Code Vein. Or the haircut, but at the same point in time, it looks interesting. They're loud and fucking explosive sneezes. Well, thank you for letting me know that. To be fair, my sister takes hay fever tablets and they seem to work for her. One of the things I do, now this will not work for everyone, but it works phenomenally well for me. One of the things I do for hay fever is I get a bucket or basket, put hot water in it, and steam the absolute living shit out of my sinuses. So, like, let the steam just overflow you, and it basically ends up clearing your nose and your sinuses, so it helps me phenomenally when I do that. It's not everyone has the resistance capabilities to do that, I should admit, but it helps me galore when I end up having issues with it. So that might be something to try if you're willing to put yourself through a tiny bit of torture to get reprieve. God, why did this have to have an ice ability on it? It's doing honor damage to me. If I sneeze the day my back feels like it's about to explode, it's effing painful. Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm doing an awful lot of work on my back, just in the game and the whole lot, so that I don't end up having that problem, but I can understand it, Duck. Every day when I walk to work, I have to walk through the park full of plants, so I don't think it'll help. Yeah, no, that definitely won't end up helping you, my friend. Apologies to hear that. Do you have a back problem, Senior Duck? I mean, he carries my stream and makes it actually somewhat entertaining to watch. So it probably hurts him having to do that. You know, that's probably where his back problems comes from. Have done 6. As in done 6 vertebrae, or just you've done... Oh, it says childhood, okay. Because I know someone that broke every single bone in their back, and as a result of which has hurt them ever since, which is astonishing and unfortunate for the poor bastard. Like, he's a cranky fucker as a result of it, as you might expect after breaking your goddamn back. It's a better ring. Go on. Actually, it isn't, because we don't have any life generation. Wow, that's annoying. My dad has back problems. He swears the heating pads help him a lot. Not a fucking bit of them. I have them here. These big bastards. Not a bit. Biggest problem is to fall off the fucking back on me. So I hate the fucking things. I hate trying to get them to work. Now, deep heat has done a wee bit of work for me. But nah, unfortunately, they don't do anything for me. I find cold to be far more useful than heat, funnily enough. It's one of the reasons why, as I mentioned before, I've done hot box saunas and stuff like that. I've done saunas. I find them to be massively useful. Go into the ocean and then go into the sauna afterwards. I find that to help me like nothing else. I feel like a new man whenever I end up doing that. I still can't in good conscience recommend people do it though. Deep heating pads work miracles for my dad. Happy out. Hey, whatever works, works. Like as I was saying there to you, it fucking like the meds help your sister. It's not a situation of denouncing the fact that they end up working for her because they don't work for you. Fuck it, whatever works for someone works for someone, and happy out for that lucky bastard that it works for you is the way I end up looking at it. Oh no, oh no, oh no! I got way too much damage done to me in this goddamn area. Oh, that's gonna be a problem for the goddamn boss. I've never broken or fractured anything, thankfully, fully. Yeah, again, the only thing I've ended up doing is fracturing, well, not fracturing, but splitting my head open. You know, thankfully I didn't fracture anything when I split my head open, but I did split my head open. By the way, I'll never show the actual image of the actual cut. I do have the image of the actual cut. It's a nasty, nasty, nasty fucking cut. But, you can see it. Oh, no, we don't need that. You and your minions deal 50% more damage. Again, random boon. Yeah, just do this. Fuck it. What did we get? Negative. And our negative 25% less maximum honor. I mean, we're already low on honor, so it doesn't really matter too much. Oh, fuck off with your hourglass bullshit. I got screwed on these rooms. Yeah, I'm not gonna even try fighting them this time. I'm gonna just run away from the fuckers. Oh wait, we get sacred water for killing them. Might actually be better killing them. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Get out of the way, Craic. Unless we fall and take damage like that, which lowers our fucking health again. Because going into the actual boss fight with only 200 honor, we can do it because we have, but it's annoying as hell to face. I've done it before in the past. What was the no thank you in relation to, Duck? I've completely missed whatever that was in relation to. Did anyone see the new Wolverine game trailer? Looks amazing. So there's my thing about it. I've commented on it. I love the look of the gameplay of Wolverine. But shit, we didn't have enough of that. But I despise the voice acting. I despise the voice acting. I hate that voice direction for Wolverine. And I don't particularly like the actual look of both Wolverine and Jean Grey. I think both of them look really bad. Like their actual character designs are bad for both of them. But with that being said, the game looks incredible. It looks like it's going to be fun. And we'll see what ends up happening. I know there are people who are being completely and utterly dopey about the fact that his suit reforms. You kind of had to do that because that was the case in X-Men Origins Wolverine as well. Which, to be fair, shite movie, incredible game. That game has to be compared to X-Men Origins Wolverine. I'm sorry. Because X-Men Origins Wolverine is a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous game. Also, we're not going to start this fight. We have advertisements starting in 2 minutes. So we're just going to go into big screen mode, chat for a couple of minutes, and then wait for the advertisements to come, and then we'll face it. Yes! Now, there's 2 versions of that game too, X-Men Origin Wolverines, and I can't remember which is the versions that it is, because one of them has access to a crap ton of uniforms and the whole lot, and that's my favorite version of the game. I think that's the Xbox version. I could be wrong on that. But genuinely, X-Men Origins Wolverine is a fantastic game, and if you get the chance, you definitely should try and play that game. I know you can't legally play that game anymore. You have to go through different means in order to play it, but I genuinely end up doing it. I played it on Xbox, yep. Oh, thank you so much for the posture check, my friend. And the hydrate. Oh. Supposedly, in the last 32 minutes, Jurgen Klopp's agent denies any chance of him becoming the Real Madrid manager. It's annoying he does not plan to return to coaching. He's happy at Red Bull at the moment, which I don't believe for an instance, by the way. But never mind that. Amy Winning, writer of the Uncharted series, is now the creative director of Paramount Games, a new studio combining Paramount Interactive and new media. She was the writer of the Uncharted and Jak and Daxter games. Was previously working on Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra. Interesting. And she's writing the Star Wars game. Okay. Anyway. I've defended him, but while spare bedroom, I appreciate Jeff, but maybe he's up on the performance of humility. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to get into commenting about bloody Jeff Keighley because I don't like him. I don't think he's a good. I genuinely don't think. I don't want to be an ass. I just genuinely don't think Jeff Keighley is a good commentator. So brand new epic IP unveiled right now. Okay. Individual who interrupted the Game of the Year moment has been arrested. Oh no, that's different. So, highlight for me was Guild Wars 3. TMNT Last Ronin. Interesting. They're making a Last Ronin game. Nice. DLC for Monster Hunter Wilds. Nice. Okay. Every announcement, so I'm checking them up now. Resident Evil Code Veronica remake announced. Beautiful. Alien Isolation 2. Be interested to see how to do that. Gen Atlas, a game with features 2 robots in that. Stranger Than Heaven. I need to look and see what that is. Guild Wars 3 could be interesting. Star Wars Zero Company, a real-time strategy game. The Wolf Among Us 2. Telltale will have fun with that one. Stellar Blade 2. Attack on Titan 3. Those are very good games. Saw Genesis, Lord of the Fallen 2. I'll have to talk to Digital Owen about that. He played Lord of the Fallen 1. New Palworld upgrade. 007 new story expansion. Mafia Old Country Men of Honor story expansion. The Last Ronin. Okay, some of them look interesting, so that'll be nice. On football, West Ham are apparently selling Fernandez for 80 million somehow. Well, look, we'll see what ends up happening. The big rumor is that they don't want to sell him unless they get 80 million. They need to make 150 million in sales. And the rumor is that Jose Mourinho really wants him. And if he is made the new manager of Real Madrid, that's going to be his first signing. Genuinely, I don't believe that. I don't believe that Matthias Fernandez is going there, but we'll see. I mean, I was talking about all of the things that were announced this summer's Game Fest, Duck. The thing that out of them that interests me the most is TMNT The Last Ronin, because that's always been interesting. I've just never ended up seeing it done right. Like, I've never read the comic. I just know that it's meant to be massively important. Anyway, let's die to this boss. And it won't be health-wise why we die. It'll be because of the goddamn honor that we have left. And immediately we get hit. Oh yeah, we're dead already. Okay, I don't really have a choice now considering the... Hit the fucker! Okay, out of the way, Craic, out of the way, Craic, out of the way, Craic. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I had too low of honor. It was my own fault. Okay, that's bloody annoying. Oh, I don't need to beat him. It's just you get some nice crap off of beating him. It's just we had found the orb when we were trying to do it. It's just unfortunate. I took way too much damage at the start. This build, like these trials aren't exactly built for this build, but you know, it's sound.
Who goes there?
You do what you can, you see how she goes.
Blessings.
So we can now go back to the zone where we were before, which is... Which one again? Titan's Grotto, Valley of Titans. This one. There we go. Yep, but we're enjoying it anyway. Like, I don't care. Oh wait, we needed to speak to her first. Fuck off, indeed. Warranted, but fuck off. Warranted, completely warranted, but fuck off. In fact, fuck off so much you get one of these.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
Ooh, the Dreadnought. Where's the Dreadnought? Which one is our main quest? I think the Dreadnought is the main quest, so I'm going to continue on with what we were doing first. Yeah, so I'm going to continue on with what we were at first. Have you been playing anything yourself in the last wee while, indeed? Playing or watching or doing anything like that? Because I hope all has been going good, grand, and delicious with you, and you've just been enjoying life, the universe, and everything in it for the last wee while. Have you gone back to improve your skills in PGA Tour? Or if we convince Enter to go at it again, are you still going to be the worst member of all of us? That's really fucking mean by me, so I do apologize. That's actually really fucking mean of a poke by me. But no one has ever said that the Craic was nice. In fact, most people have turned around and said the Craic makes you an asshole, so... Oh goddammit, we tripped, and we're probably... No, we got by it. Nice, happy out. Don't know how, but fuck it. I will say, do you know what I'd love to end up seeing done? Disney, they're never going to do this, but Disney actually end up... The Kingdom Hearts kind of does it, but Disney to actually make a new game that goes through all of their worlds. Like, I would love to see an Aladdin game. A game set in the Aladdin universe that Disney has created up. Because, like, could you imagine Agrabah done up in modern graphics? I think it'd be absolutely awesome. I've been playing Dead Cells. Nice! I haven't been playing as much of it as I was. I must say, I got stuck on Ascension 2, you know, Core 2 on that game. And I noticed that the only items that I was actually enjoying were green items, and specifically the Death Sight. The Death Sight made that game a hell of a lot more enjoyable. So I need to end up getting back into that and finding a way to make it enjoyable for me again. So that'll be future Craic's next objective. But I haven't, also to be fair, I haven't done it on stream. I probably would enjoy that game a lot more if I'd done it on stream. But yeah, you know. Who knows, maybe in the future we might do a Dead Cells stream. So how far into Dead Cells are you now? Have you gotten multiple boss cores? What's your favorite type of build that you end up doing at the moment? Tell us a little bit of news about what you end up doing, my friend. Mind is somewhere in Desire. This is Desire, right? Yeah, Desire here. Before we go, because we've gone through all of these, so we need to find the body somewhere in this map. Open Hot Wheels. I do actually, you know, that's funny you mention that. I do actually own a Hot Wheels game. I've never played it though, Doc. I do actually own one though. Or is that something entirely different to what's happening here? Is that something that's just happened to you and you're just making a grand sweeping statement that's confusing the Craic? Also, I do love that none of you assholes have pointed out the fact that I'm talking in the third goddamn person like a complete and utter pillock. Like I'm just being the complete and utter wanker that's talking in the third person, which is fucking hilarious. Oh, so they announced the Hot Wheels game at Summer Games Fest. Nice. What does this Uncut Spirit gem do again? I mean, that's what we're going to do. I played it ages ago and loved it, and now I gone back to Dead Cells again and remember how fun it was. Yeah. So what type of build do you enjoy on it, my friend? What's your favorite build? And like as I was saying there, are you multiple ascensions down? Have you unlocked all of the areas? Have you defeated the Guardian? Have you beaten all of the bosses? I still have 2 bosses to properly beat, so that's going to be future Craic's bloody joyful experience to end up having to do. But yeah, no. An open world Hot Wheels game. Interesting. Do you know what I'd love to see them do again, actually? Speaking again about random crap that's just interesting. I'd love to see them do another open world cars game. You know, just random fucking Disney properties and open world sounds interesting. Like, I could imagine them doing an I could imagine Kingdom Hearts 4 being open world, which would be fucking amazing. You know, it's funny you say that, Indy, that we all talk in third person every now and again. It is supposedly, if you believe this type of shite, it is supposedly one of the signs of psychopathy, talking in the third person. So, talking in third person is meant to be a showcase of psychopathy. Kaimuk, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. It is a pleasure having you in. Is it all going good, Grant, and delicious with you? I hope the Craic is going well. The Chaos does not understand. Well, Chaos, let us know what you do not understand, and we will try to benefit you. What did you not understand, my friend? Oh, wait, this is about talking in the third person. Boy. The Boulder does not understand this third person monkey. The Boulder, honestly, is one of the best characters in the original Avatar. I loved his interactions with Toph so much, and the fact that he genuinely actually kind of cared about Toph, but just wanted to beat her. Like, he was just afraid about hurting a girl, and then she just demoralized the fucker in all ways. No, I'm struggling with the second boss run, mainly at the ranged infantry bow build. I find, if you find the unique version of it, it's busted. But I find the death side to be awesome. Where did this third person come from? The boulder is now over his conflict of feelings. Oh, God. Now, to be honest, if I was doing it right... The boulder is now over its conflict of feelings. I can go even deeper than that, though. I've been talking a wee bit too much consistently to do it, so... Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. The boulder... the boulder shall talk in third person. Where did this third person come from? A boulder is now over his conflict of feelings. There's no boulder in bossing say. Can we all agree Uncle Iroh is the best character in history? Indeed. Even more than that. And we need to go into, so we are not hearing Path of Exile's music on this. Even more than that, Uncle Iroh is also custom to one of the best songs ever written, and this remix by L. Dre is fucking unbelievable. This is my favorite song from a particular Twitch backing track I used to play all the goddamn time on FM. Duck is probably sick to fucking death of this song, but yes, you knew it immediately, Chaos. This fucking song. Leaves from the vine. What is the actual lyrics to that? Leaves from the vine, falling so slow, like fragile tiny shells drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy, come marching home. Brave soldier boy, come marching home. I love that you kind of fucked that, Duck, because you changed the song, but it kind of came across okay. Uncle Iroh was played by two people. The first one who played Uncle Iroh also played Aku in Samurai Jack. I know that the reason why he was played by two people, Chaos, is because he passed away, but genuinely, this song and that lyrics, like, leaves from the vine, falling so slow, like fragile tiny shells drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy, come marching home. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. That's where I'd love to do voice acting, because I genuinely think I'm able to bring some emotion to that type of crap. I'm not a good singer, so doing Leaves from the Vine is not fair. But I think that's the type of thing. That's one of the reasons why it annoys me so much, seeing the likes of God of War picking Jack Quaid to be the fucking gelatinous tube. I like Jack Quaid. He's fine, but he's not. You can't see his face. He's an actor. All of his stuff comes from his face. If you're a good actor, you act with your eyes. You act with your face. You act with all of this. Your voice isn't the main attraction to it. That's why voice acting and acting are two different fucking things. Stop using celebrities for voice acting. Never mind. Zuko, you don't have to listen to your dad. Zuko, find your own path, Zuko. I mean, awesome. And the fact that Uncle Iroh then became one of the spirit coordinators for Korra and the whole lot and became an integral part of the spirit realm is gorgeous as well. Correct, and this song is his. Iroh never tried to sing it again, and it was such a tribute to him. I know. Like, honestly, it's unbelievable. And, like, you couldn't get rid of Iroh from the rest of the show. You had to do the Bossing Say elements at the end where he came with Boomy and the whole lot and got back the flowers together. But, like, unbelievable. I can't remember what the name of the group was. It was the Flowers or something. But, like, awesome. The whole thing. Uko becoming wise and kind despite his past. Well, the really funny thing about Zuko is, and to be fair, it was shown an awful lot more. If you, I don't want to say it too much. I don't want to say too much about the movie because I have, because it was leaked. I have watched the Avatar: The Last Airbender movie, so I won't say too much about it. But I do love that in Korra and in that movie, it showcases that Zuko is a fucking child. He's naive beyond belief. So I won't spoil too much about the animated movie. All I will end up saying is the animated movie is beautiful. And Dave Bautista is a much better voice actor than some celebrities that end up going in there. But unfortunately, you can tell that it's Dave Bautista, and that's one of the falling points of it. The other problem with that movie, and this is all that I will say, and watch the movie yourself until you find out, I actually don't like Aang in that movie. I'm not going to tell you why I don't like Aang. Watch the movie once it's officially released. Come back and talk to me about it. I will talk about that movie when it's officially released because I do not want to spoil it. I fucking hate what they've done with Aang. But again, we'll leave it until that movie ends up coming out, and then I'll talk about what ends up happening. If you want to talk to me about that movie and you've watched the movie, DM me. I'm happy to rant and rave about it. It's why I'm legitimately thinking about setting up a section on my YouTube of Craic Attacks XYZ because I love doing it. Before you go, Senior Duck, thank you so much for coming in, my friend. It is a pleasure to have you, as is always. Just remember, I have been Stupid Sexy Craic. Shlongafo, my friend, and as always, Pogue Mahone. Have a fantastic night. But yes, Avatar Studios are releasing Avatar: The Last Airbender: The Legend of Kang. I think that's what they called it. Because they renamed the movie. No, it's Avatar: Aang the Last Airbender. That's the name of the animated movie. Avatar: Aang the Last Airbender. One of the things about that movie is Aang is meant to be about 18 to 20, so you need to keep that in mind when you're watching that movie, because my problems end up coming into play later on, but hey. Yeah, I'm after seeing that you're after going live there, Chaos, so enjoy your stream. I'll probably end up coming into it later on if I can do. Have a fantastic time. The animated show was perfect. It should have been left alone, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I'm always of the opinion that a story can always be continued, because a story never ends. If you've written a story, and Up isn't here to end up standing with this because Up's actually doing writing and has studied it and the whole lot. I'm always of the opinion that, like life, unless death is the final swan song of the story, unless you finish the story with the death of the main characters, life always continues. So there's always a story to be had, but you always separate the stories into individual segments. So like, one of the things with Marvel, and I know people end up commenting that the MCU has been lost and the stuff that they're doing now ruins the old MCU. I think that's bullshit, because everything is done in phases and you look at it upon its phase. And like, the story of the first MCU phase up until Avengers is a great story for Avengers, and then you continue it. Star Wars is a good example of how you can always make something worse. But has the new shit in Star Wars made the old shit worse? I don't think so. Maybe you think it has. And maybe it has. I don't think it has. I think, if anything, it'll add elements of... it can add character to the old stuff, add perspective that has been missed to it. Yes, you can retcon the old stuff, and that can make it worse, and you have to be careful when writing a story not to do that. It is of my opinion that you should never retcon in a story. Within reason, unless it's a retcon that adds character to a situation that wasn't done and doesn't create a plot hole, I don't mind retcons. Like, one of the things that I've seen done in a story is that the retcon that was done, that one of the original characters was a villain all along. I don't particularly mind that, so long as it doesn't turn around that the reason why he followed XYZ was because I just followed you because you were a fool or something like that. If you followed him because I genuinely like sympathize with what you're doing, but I had my own goal, that's a nice retcon to end up adding in. Just so long as I don't like Luke Skywalker as much now as I used to after he tried to kill his nephew. Maybe. I don't know, because like Obi-Wan tried to kill fucking Darth Vader. He tried to kill fucking Anakin. And that's effectively the same thing Luke Skywalker is doing. So they effectively just made Luke Skywalker Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, whether or not that's what you should have done, whether or not that's the right thing to do, that's an understandable point of view. But it doesn't change anything that Luke did in his past. Yeah, older Luke became a curmudgeonly bastard. But as in life, people change. And if you're the same person today as you were 10 years ago, you have failed in life. So, like, maybe he hasn't changed for the better, but he's a different person than what he was in the prequels. So that's the way I end up looking at it. That's the way I end up looking at life, you know? I can understand why you mightn't end up liking him in general as much as the result of that, but it doesn't make me hamper who he was when he was young. Well, maybe that's idolism, in my opinion. But there's tons of people that I know in real life that I liked significantly more when they were young than I do now. And it doesn't take away from the way that I felt about them when they were young, or that person that they were. Anakin killed... Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, no, I know. It's again, it's a different kettle of fish. And obviously, it's not as bad as it ends up being down, and Luke probably shouldn't have ended up doing what he was doing at all. It's just I'm just trying to give my viewpoint. Oh no. Do not get me wrong, indeed. I think the new trilogy is worse written than the prequels. I think the new trilogy is worse written than the prequels. This is not me trying to in any way give the new trilogy a pass. In fact, I'm genuinely of the opinion that the rumors that's happening with Star Wars should be true. That they should go into the world between worlds, whatever the fuck that's called. I don't know the expanded universe, so those that know the expanded universe will know these names. But I genuinely think they should go into the world between worlds and reset the new trilogy. I don't care about keeping Rey. Keep Rey if you want to. Just change the way that Rey ends up working and elements such as that. But I genuinely think they should go into the world between worlds and reset shit. Do a complete fucking coalition of the universes, and there you go. Reset it and go from the end of the new trilogy of the secondary trilogy. There were some good things about it, but I don't really want to be totally biased. Well, here's the problem with it, and this is where it's unfortunate. You can't be too mean on the Disney trilogy, because the Disney trilogy, J.J. Abrams wrote a fantastic first episode. I don't care what you say. Star Wars 7, which I always get the names mixed up. A New Hope. No, it's not New Hope. The Force Awakens. The Force Awakens is not a bad movie. Okay? The Force Awakens is not a bad movie. It does an okay job of bringing Rey over. The fact that they made Rey and Mary Sue with nothing wrong with her, that's a different problem. That happened in the next movie. That's a completely different kettle of fish. So, like, the fact that The Last Jedi fucked the entirety of what was set up in The Force Awakens is a problem. The fact that they butchered the character of Luke Skywalker is a problem. But then they ended up trying to bring back the original writer, and that causes issues as well. There's potential in what was done in The Force Awakens, and I think there's potential to fix the new sequels. Not to make them anyways good, but you can build across the mistakes that were made there and make more Star Wars stuff. I am genuinely of the opinion in all forms of media that nothing is truly dead. Nothing is truly dead. There is hope in absolutely every bit of media to revive it. Nothing is truly dead. It takes one spark to relive something. Like Marvel in modern day, Iron Man for 20 years was dead as a character. He was a wasted character. For 20 fucking years he was a wasted character. Iron Man is now back. They have made fundamental changes to Hulk. Hulk is probably the most interesting Hulk has ever been in Marvel at the moment, and it isn't even Bruce Banner at the moment. It's being taken over as the Infernal Hulk. And some of the stuff that they're doing behind the scenes, and that is awesome. And you can fix it. Even in the MCU, where I fucking despise that version of Hulk. First of all, I get rid of Mark Ruffalo and recast him, but that's an entirely different conversation. You can revive that character. You can fix that character. You can make that character into something good. It is never too late to fix a story, because a story can always continue. Whether or not it should always continue is a different kettle of fish. But I am deeply of the opinion that a story can always continue, that there's never a stopping point on any story if you write it well. That an ending should always be written with the idea that it continues. Unless you're just destroying the world that the story is in, a story should always be set up that it's the center point of that story and the beginning of a new one. Now, maybe that's a bad mentality to have on writing. Again, not in writing. So, you know, there's where it comes down to, but that's it. George Lucas had an overall idea how the story was going to play out once he was gone. It was just guessing. I don't think that's the case either, because J.J. Abrams admitted he had a story for the trilogy. Disney just refused to pay him the money for Star Wars 8, and he left Star Wars 8. So that's what ended up happening there. JJ had, I am getting it right, it was J.J. Abrams that done the Force Awakens, right? Yeah, J.J. Abrams had a story for the trilogy. He had it written up. Disney refused to pay him the money for the Last Jedi, and then Rian Johnson came in, butchered the story, and then they brought J.J. Abrams back for Star Wars 9, The Rise of Skywalker, where he tried to save a story that was a ship that was sinking. Like, there's nothing. J.J. Abrams, if he had pivoted from that story, would have done fine. It's just that that unfortunately Ryan had leaked the ship, and they weren't able to fix the ship before it sank. But that doesn't mean that the armada of Star Wars is gone. Like, the Darth Maul series that came out there, Star Wars, what the fuck was the name of it? Star Wars... Yeah, Star Wars Maul Shadow Lord, which came out this year, is beautiful. It's a fantastic representation of what Star Wars can still be. So you can still write those stories. I know that's one that's set in the past, but that doesn't really mean anything. You can still do that. And you can do that with new stuff as well. You just need to have a route to go. Like, genuinely, that's why Star Trek The Next Generation and Star Trek is able to continue on with new stuff. Like, my favorite Star Trek is Captain Janeway of the Enterprise. And that is completely different to everything that came before, built off of the original lore of Star Trek, but you can continue to build like that. And that's my viewpoint on it. Nothing ever has to stop, but it can stop. I think of it like Star Trek. You could create new versions of a great franchise if you create it. That's what I mean. Yeah. And you can do that with anything. That's why continuing on the story of Avatar isn't a problem for me, so long as you have an idea what it's coming. Because, like, the spawn of Republic City is a fascinating story. That's not Aang's story. That's the world story with Aang in it. So you change the perspective from the story being Aang's. That's the same reason why I don't have a problem with God of War choosing Luffy as the main character of the next game. Because you can tell the story of Faye. That's 100% sound. I have problems with the writing and I have problems with the character designs. And again, people turn around and says I'm an incel because I'm whinging about the fact that the new God of War has a woman main character. I don't give a shit. It's just that woman main character looks shit and sounds shit. It's my same problem with Wolverine. Jean Grey and Logan both look shit and both sound shit. But the gameplay looks fucking awesome, so we'll see. And God of War's gameplay looks good, even though Faye looks shit and sounds shit. But the new version of Star Wars, they weren't creating new creative ideas. They were just recreating an old Star Wars, but worse. Yeah, and that's the problem. But that's where I'm saying that it's not dead in the water. You can still do new stuff. It's just a matter of what you do with it. Do you create new villains? Do you build upon the world that's there before? It's just coming up with the right idea and know what you're at. By the way, this is the end of Act Boss, so this has 2 forms and we'll probably end up losing to it.
You'll find my king far more capable than Count Geonor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
That's the beast, by the way. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. How were we not out of the way of him? Fuck off, game. I have increased stun on this in the whole lot, so I should be doing a lot more damage to this fucker. I need to keep in mind, my resistances are shit. On a different note, it's going to be interesting experience watching West Ham in the Championship next season. Yeah. I know that the club is looking for external, investment. So the Sullivan family might be leaving. Is it confirmed that Jared Bowen is gone? Because, like, you haven't sold him yet. And you haven't sold Somerville yet. I think you might be able to keep them because I suspect your big sell is going to be Matthias Fernandez. I think United are going to put in a bid for 50 million quid for him. Whether or not the Real Madrid situation is true, it'll be interesting. But in some of those cases, it's just their contract is long enough there that you mightn't have a choice but to keep them. Like in Jared Bowen's case, am I right in saying you still have Jared Bowen on contract for another 3 years? So like Jared Bowen might want to leave, but you don't have to sell him. And like, who's going to come in for him? To be honest, if it was me and I was Liverpool, he might be someone I'd consider and put him on the fucking wing. If I'm honest. I'd be amazed to stay, but yeah, he will sell him, I think. Maybe, we'll see. Because you have to keep in mind, they do have to get back into the Premier League. That's the big thing about it. It'll bankrupt the club if they don't get back into the Premier League. So they have to get into the Premier League. So they can't get rid of everyone. The club needs as much money as it can. It needs 150 million quid in sales. If they can get the 80 off of Matthias Fernandez, then that'll end up helping them, you know? Yeah, but every club is in debt. Like, that statement is bullshit at the same point in time. Keep in mind, United are 1 billion quid in debt and are still the most one of the 3 most cash-rich clubs in the world. Debt is bullshit, and it always has been bullshit. And it's for the likes of us that aren't massively in business that end up falling for the idea that debt is a problem. Like, it depends on how you do your debt. No, I know, Indy, and that's why I'm saying you need to get back into the Premier League. You still need a way to showcase that you're actually making money. But, like, keep in mind, our debt is 3 times your debt as a United fan. Our debt is 3 times your debt. Now, our revenue is also think it's something like 9 to 10 times years. Like, we make damn near 1.1 billion quid in pure profit, well, not profit, in pure cash a year. So, like, again, United, not a fair comparison, but just using it as the comparison. Like, debt is an interesting kettle of fish, and oftentimes a lot more bullshit than you'd expect in the way that it comes down. You do have to be careful that you don't do a Leicester City and that your debt just causes PSA issues and then you're fucked that way. But, like, yeah, that's where we mightn't know. The club might say they're in a crap ton of debt, and that's an excuse to say that we're not going to sign XYZ or we don't have money to do XYZ. West Ham are one of the top commercial clubs in the championship now. They're probably one of the top commercial clubs in London, to be honest. It's just a shame you don't have your own stadium and those type of elements, and those are valid concerns and valid worries to end up having. Get out of this, get out of this, get out of this, get out of this, get out of this. But I personally, and again, not a supporter of the club, I could be completely wrong. I personally don't think your debt claim is as true as the club wants you to think that it is, if you get me. Yeah, but I mean, the London City Stadium, for complaining as much as you do about the London City Stadium, it's not a bad stadium to have. It's not the worst fucking stadium in the world. It's just annoying you can't make the annotations to it that you want. You know? It's just annoying that you can't change it in the way that you want to change it, but, like, it's not a bad stadium. It's a great stadium if we owned it, yeah. But, like, in the grand scheme of things, considering you're getting all of the fucking profits off of the stadium, and it's not actually costing you that much to rent it, it's not actually that big of a deal to not own the stadium, because you're getting most of the match day revenue to it. I think you're giving away something like 15% of the match day revenue to the owners, which I know 15% is a lot of percentage, but, like, keep in mind, it's an 80, what is it? It's a fucking 60,000 seater stadium. You're getting an insane swath of money, more than you might end up getting otherwise, you know? So, like, there's negatives and there's positives to the whole situation, but I think there's more positives to that stadium than negatives. You know? It's like, would moving to a 30,000 seat stadium that ye own be better financially for ye? I fucking doubt it. I doubt it. No, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know the finances behind it. I'm just saying that would be my viewpoint of it, you know? You know, maybe I'm smoking copium. Maybe I'm being completely in the wrong direction in the statements I'm putting down there. Maybe I'm just being a pig ignorant ass. There's an incredible likelihood that I am, but that's just my viewpoint on it, if you get me, big man. I hope we keep... that's your defender, isn't it? Ooh, this is actually a really good ring. Our DM. That's your... Oh, wait. Susek, that's the 30-year-old. Ah, yeah, you keep him. I'd be shocked if you didn't keep him. If I'm honest. Two-handed mace, not good enough. Annoyingly. Because we could actually use an actual good fucking mace now, because this one's becoming a bit bad. Yeah. Do you think, by the way, because I know the answer should be no, but that doesn't mean that it won't be no. Do you think, by the way, that you sign Axel Disassi?
Stay inside.
I know the answer to that question should be no. But, like, weirder things have happened. No, I think Disassi is gone. Maybe. I mean, personally, I don't think he's a bad signing for you. I I'm of the opinion that he just had a bad start at Chelsea, and he wasn't bad at ye. Well, because he's fucked at Chelsea. He's gone from Chelsea. He's completely screwed if he's not getting any game time at Chelsea. And legitimately, you have a masterful chance of coming back up into the Premier League. Like, I'd be shocked if he didn't. So it's that viewpoint, you know? Okay. Makes sense. He wouldn't want to play in the championship next. I think he'd be daft. I think he'd be daft not to consider it. If I'm honest, I think he'd be daft not to consider it. Maybe you're right. Maybe he wouldn't end up considering it. I think he'd be daft not to consider it. Because he's not getting game time at Chelsea. That's guaranteed that he's not getting game time at Chelsea. So he's a Premier League defender. Is he? Is he though? That's the big thing. Is he though? Because like he's a Premier League defender that currently has no chance of playing in the Premier League team that he's in. And are they going to sell him to... Are they going to sell him in the Premier League? Who's going to sign him? Well, that's my point. I think he's good, but I would move. Use the ramp at the northwest of the caravan midpoint to find the hooded one. Northwest of the caravan midpoint. Oh, there. Okay. So we get into area 3, my friends. As the game chugs again. I will say this is probably one of the things that bothers me a bit about this game. I don't like the other acts. Oh, game, you're really chugging now. Wow, okay. Ooh, you've hit 1%. What the fuck happened here? Okay. Reset the game because you're crashing my fucking stream and the whole lot, you prick. Sometimes the game just hogs onto the wrong fucking thing and just goes chock-a-block. Okay, and now we can respawn her in. He could go to any Premier League team. Why would he go to the Championship? Well, who's going to sign him? Like, he paid quite a hefty loan fee for him. I think it was the guts of fucking 5 million quid on a loan fee. I don't know who's going to end up doing that. I think he'd be a good signing for the likes of fucking Ipswich or Coventry, but I don't see him doing it. That's only my point. But hey, we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell anyway, big man. In the grand scheme of things, you know, hopefully something will come, but who cares? We'll see. Okay, cool. Hooded one.
It is time.
Cool. Just fucking move to the new area.
You're right.
We found out he's an angel of death.
I who create all I don't know much of your history. How can I advise you?
Okay, so we need to go back to her and travel to a new area. I know, like, obviously, pundits and the whole lot are a bunch of fucking idiots, but I know there are some people that are putting United to end up getting second next season because they think, they think Enzo Maresca is going to have a rough time starting with Enzo Maresca is going to have a rough time starting with Man City, but I don't know. We'll see.
But it led to their destruction. Our allies will continue the pursuit of the beast, but we shall undertake a different search.
Well, that's awesome. Chad Gable's putting out a self-produced documentary about his injury. Oh, I can't wait to watch that. Okay, so here's the one joy of having diarrhea, the mouth, and constipation of the brain is I can talk about absolutely fucking anything, so that's great. Resistance penalty. Oh, so it's after putting my resistance down even more. Oh, so that's why my resistances are down so much. Every new area is lowering my resistance. Wow. Why do you think Liverpool, if you don't mind me asking, why do you think Liverpool are going to fall off? Because I don't think Liverpool will. I don't think Liverpool will. I can understand why you think City will, because I think City are going to have a problem of legitimately I can see a big payment coming out and Rodri leaving them and even potentially Haaland leaving them. But in Liverpool's case, I can see Liverpool getting a couple of good signings because they'll have Isak back. Isak will do well. Their biggest problem will be defenders, and there's no way, as I was saying to Kurt earlier on, there's no way they don't sign an actual premium defender. Like personally, and I know he's not premium. Personally, I'd go for Tomori at AC Milan because he's English. He keeps on that record there, and they need to get a replacement for Van Dijk. But like in general, Liverpool isn't as bad off as people think they are. It's just that Isak needs to get up and running, and Nketiah should be back for the start of the season, and he'll be useful in the whole lot. I think Liverpool might have a good showcase of themselves. City, that squad is turning old-ish, and it's a matter of if the youth are good enough, because City are probably going to need to sell James Trafford. Rodri is probably going to be going as well, and he is an integral point of their midfield, and I think it's been noticeable when he hasn't been there. But we'll see what ends up happening. I'm optimistic about United. As much as I don't want Craic to be the manager, I'm optimistic about United and our actual chances. They will have a new manager and it'll take time for him to turn things around. I don't know. Areola plays very simple football. Now, I don't think, when I say Liverpool with their fall off, I don't think Liverpool win anything in Areola's first season. I must admit that. But I don't think they do bad. I think they get fifth. Now, if you consider that okay for them, considering how they done this season, I think they're probably going to get fifth. And it's up to you how you feel that as a successful or unsuccessful reign of it. United are at least stable. We'll see about that. The other thing with United that boggles the fucking mind of me is that Bruno release clause that no one is mentioning. Bruno has a release clause for 57 million quid if a foreign club ends up coming in for him. And I don't know if he has the potential to say no to anyone that comes in. So, like, I'm kind of shocked that Florentino Perez and the fucking 37-year-old aren't turning around and saying we're just going to sign Bruno Fernandes from United, since he's arguably one of the best players in the world at the moment. And I know that some people are turning around saying that United are going to get an offer again of 100 million quid for him off of Saudi or fucking Real Madrid or something like that. But like, that release clause is a nightmare. So we'll see what ends up happening. I think we need a defender. I think we need a striker, because I think we should sell Xerxes. And a smattering of other elements as well. Okay. And we have our busted skill. So we'll see. Manchester City and Liverpool will be going through and totally unstable rebuild. I think that's the interesting thing with me, is how much are they actually going to give Enzo Maresca? Well, how much are they actually going to give Enzo Maresca to fix the problems at City? Because that's the fascinating thing to me, what ends up happening there. Because, like, if Enzo Maresca stays with Pep's team last season, he's going to fail bonkersly bad. Now, I don't suspect that he is. I think they're going to spend a lot of fucking money for Enzo. Ooh, okay, this isn't doing near as much damage as it used to. Down you go, and boom! This is the build that we done the last time in order to make this massive, so we're on the precipice of getting our build back, my friends. Manchester United with Carrick, love them or hate them, they're pretty stable. I mean, we'll see. I think Carrick got phenomenally lucky. Phenomenally lucky in that because we weren't playing as many games as we will be this season, everyone was somewhat okay. The thing I noticed when Carrick came in is the sharpness went down a fucking cliff from where it was with Ruben Amorim. Ruben Amorim had us running galore, had us actually fit, had us actually intense, had actual, you know, fire coming out of the arses of the players. I liked that from Ruben Amorim. I didn't think Carrick had that. And the other thing with Carrick is Carrick done an ollie. And no one's really talking about it. Carrick played counter-attacking football versus teams that went to attack you. In low blocks, we struggled and fluked wins. And if you think that we didn't, you're not paying attention. We struggled and we fluked wins. That counter-attacking football style can get figured out ridiculously quick. And if teams don't figure it out, it means that Carrick got a season like Ollie's second season. The reason why Ollie's third season fell off of a cliff is he didn't change his counter-attacking style. We don't know if Carrick is going to change his style, and that's fine. But that counter-attacking style, United have always been, in my opinion, the most dangerous counter-attacking footballing side in the world. Always. We've been that since fucking Van Gaal. Since Van Gaal, I think we were the most dangerous counter-attacking football side in the fucking world. We just didn't want to be a counter-attacking football style because you don't win leagues with a counter-attacking football style. You win tournaments, and that's the thing about it, because everyone is gumption and firing on a tournament because no one wants to go to penalties. But you can draw in the league, and for some of the lower down sides, what they want is a draw. They don't want to win, so they're never going to come at you. And United don't know how to fight for a win. They know how to fight for a draw. United don't try to win games. United try to survive games, and they win the games by attacking teams. So they win games by beating teams that are trying to win games. When teams are trying to draw games, we get fucked. That's the problem with United. We need to be playing a team that's trying to win, not a team that's trying to draw. And that has been a problem for years with United. That's a problem with everyone in the Premier League, admittedly. That's a problem with everyone, that they don't know how, they can't beat teams that are trying to draw. And an awful lot of the teams from 10th down to 18th are trying to draw, not win. And that's what Liverpool fell into this year. It's what City fell into this year. It's what we fell into this year. I preferred Amorim at the moment to the style that Carrick is playing. With that being said, Carrick won, and that's all that mattered. Amorim's big problem was he was saying the same shit Ten Hag was saying. And you don't get away with saying shit if you don't prove shit. And Amorim didn't prove it. I think if Amorim had gotten more time, he would have proven himself to have been a smashing success for United. Personally, I personally think he would have proven himself to be a smashing success for United. with that being said, he was never going to succeed. Unfortunately, he was never going to succeed, and that's just the truth of the matter. And you're lying to yourself if you think any differently. Bros, myself, what's a crack-a-lackin'? Is it going good, grand, and delicious with you? How is life going with you, my friend? I hope that's going good, grand, and delicious. We're here, just enjoying a bit of Path of Exiles at the moment. Please, by the way, my friend, let me know if there's any issues with the stream. I've done some connectivity changes. That means that the YouTube stream should be a bit more stable. Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to do that for the vertical one, so we'll do that later. But it should be more stable for you, so let us know if it isn't. Ruben called out the board for not keeping their word, and the board no longer wanted them to be successful. Last thing, it wasn't even that he called out the board. He called out Jason Wilcox, and like it was his own fault. That was the end of his own life. Like he shot himself in the foot the minute he did that. But I have respect for him for doing it. His big problem is that the British media never liked him, and the British media were always going to berate him, and as a result of which he was always fucked for getting a new job. Like I could see him going back into Bayern Leverkusen. I could see him taking the Borussia Dortmund job if it came available. So that's the unfortunate thing with him. His just unfortunate situation was he was just unlucky. He was just really unlucky. But hey, you know, shit happens. What can you do? So we can't use that. Can't be used. I don't know why though. We should be able to use it. Anyway, never mind. In this case, this is... Where's our other skill? Mechanic fissure. You there. Cool. And we've advertisements up, so while the advertisements are up, I'll move back to big screen mode, my friends. Bear with us 1 second. Stream looks good. Well, thank you so much for letting me know. Jim and the board in September promised a midfielder and to back his style of football in December, and the board decided they weren't going to keep the promise until he lost the spot. Yeah, he got annoyed that they weren't going to end up doing any traffic in January because they weren't going to sign anyone in January, and he wanted someone like Conor Gallagher or someone like that to supplement them. At the end of the day, though, like his big factor, the thing that killed Ruben the most with the fans, and the reason why the fans were never going to stick with him was unfortunately his treatment of Kobe Manu, because Kobe Manu has had success since. Now that's a misnomer too, because in a back four Kobe Manu was always going to work. It's because we were in a back five the Kobe Manu wasn't working, but hey, we'll see. Surely if a manager and if you told him you'll get a midfielder in January and didn't keep it, you'd do the same. Would I? I don't know, because you're ruining your reputation. Like, the thing is, Amarin didn't do an Enzo Maresca. Amarin didn't resign. Amarin was sacked. So the problem with it is Amarin didn't do anything. All he did was shoot himself in the head. If it was truly that big of a problem, you release a press statement and you quit. That's not what Amarin did. Amarin shot himself in the head and let everyone laugh at him. So like, I agree with you. You're right to say something, but saying something in that environment, you knew you were getting the sack. And in his particular case, the sack ruined his career, because where's going to hire him now? He's not getting signed with a big club in England. Newcastle aren't going to look at him. Fucking Ipswich aren't going to look at him. Bournemouth aren't going to look at him, even though they probably should. Like, he's fucked. He's fucked his career, you know? So, like, I agree that he should have done it, but he shouldn't have done it the way that he did it, you know? That's his problem. I don't think much as shows club. I'm not being a clown. I don't think much as shows clubs I'm not being a clown. I'm not sure what you mean by that, bros, but do you get what I mean when I say that he needed to do it, and he wasn't wrong for doing it, but he was wrong with the way that he did it. If you get me. Or maybe you think I'm just being Delulu, which, to be fair, I could be just being Delulu. It has been known for the Craic to be Delulu. I'd like to think that I'm not being Delulu, but I could be Delulu. To be fair. But all in all, my friend, how is life treating you? Is all good, grand, delicious? Is there anything exciting happening with you at the moment? Let us know if the Craic is 90. I hope that it is. Have you anything planned for the weekend? Are you excited for the World Cup? Do you think it'll be a good showcase? I think it should be. Ooh, crap baskets. You still alive? You are! Okay. I strongly disagree. I think helps him as what club goes in for him that he's not sitting there showing he's a clown, he's going to stick to everything. I think the opposite. I think it shows that he is going to argue with the club. I think it shows that I think it shows that he's going to argue with the club. I think it shows that he's going to be a problem when he doesn't get what he wants. And I think it's going to mean that people aren't going to end up having as much of a look at him as they should. And that's my worry. That's my worry for the poor fucker, if I'm honest, is that people just won't look at him the right way as a result of it. And I don't think he deserves that. So maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I'm being too problematic in the viewpoint for the fucker. But that's just my opinion. I think he might have accidentally fucked himself. Yeah, myself. Anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope that I'm wrong, but it's what I think. Really? Really? Huh. Fascinating. I mean, we haven't found any linen belts, so let's just upgrade it. All of that is fucking useless. Thanks. Thanks, game. Absolutely fucking useless. That's hilarious. I mean, we're as well use the orbs. There's no point leaving the orbs empty, but that was absolutely fucking useless. I think you've been here before for Path of Exile streams, bros. What do you think of this game? Is it anything that might intrigue you? I think if that Barca or anyone, they keep promises to the manager and it shows that us as a club don't keep our word and believe that one reason why Carrick got the job is top manager can't trust. I mean, that's true. No, I agree. And again, I'm not defending Manchester United as a club, bros. Like, we're a shit show. And they blatantly lied to Amarin and threw him under the bus when he needed help, because Ugarte wasn't performing right, Manu wasn't doing the situation right, and Casemiro wasn't 100% fit, so he needed a midfielder to do what Bruno was doing. So he needed the thing. I'm not defending Amarin. He was right that he needed to complain. I am criticizing the way he complained. What he should have done for his own career is resign and state that they're not giving me what he wants, instead of calling out the person that he knew when he called him out he was getting fired. He knew when he called out Jason Wilcox he was getting sacked. When he done it in the media. Talk to Jason Wilcox off of fucking media. Don't mention it in the media. Call fucking Jim Radcliffe if you need to and say that I'm fucked. The season's going to go bad unless you get me XYZ. And tell him that. He knew, based on the action that he did, he was screwing himself. So he sacked himself. It's the same thing as Oliver Glasner when he had the blow up in January over the Ebenezer sale and the Michael Elise sale. I guarantee you right now, Oliver Glasner would have gotten the position that Areola's after getting with Liverpool if he kept his fucking mouth shut. I guarantee you, because he won fucking things. Why wouldn't you take Oliver Glasner over Areola? He fucking won shit. But he opened his big fucking gob. Liverpool now knows that if we, FSG, don't give him everything he ends up saying, he's going to open his big fucking gob, and he lost a fucking job as a chance of it. I think Amarin hurt himself. That's all I'm saying. I think Amarin has screwed himself in getting a big job as a result of this. Now, you'll always have the opportunity of getting a big job again. Jose Mourinho is the primest fucking example that it ain't, that the opportunity, the door is always open if you become good enough, if you hold yourself at a high enough regard, if you are successful. But I think Amarin went the complete wrong fucking way about protecting his own career, is just my point. Ruben did come out and say he wanted 2 attackers, 1 midfielder. Good. That's fine, but don't do it in the media. Don't do it in the media. He fucked himself. Like, we all know that he wanted that, but again, he just fucked himself. He fucked himself, and he fucked his career. So, like, I have no sympathy for the fool. Like, Manchester United, the sad thing is, Manchester United kind of had to sack him. Manchester United kind of had to sack him after he done that. They didn't really have a choice but to sack him. Because the performance-wise wasn't the issue. He was doing fine performances, but like he undermined the authority of the club. They kind of didn't have a choice but to sack him. He asked for his sacking, and that's my problem with him. He literally just shot himself in the head, and he's a fool if he thinks that he didn't. But yeah, that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's fine. Well, that's fine, and he can complain about that all that he fucking wants to, but it's not helping his case, you know?
What kind of stunt was that? Traversing the marsh. I can buy what equipment you find. There's the cynic description.
Okay, why? Okay, the fucking game's doing it again, isn't it?
Hello there. I'm in any case.
It is. Okay, fine. Let's check and see if she has anything of worth. No, she's the gambler. Okay. Then we're going to go into big head mode once again and knock off the game because she's doing it again for some reason. I think he wanted Manu starting with Bruno forward, but the club made him put Bruno deeper. That cost Manu. I don't. We've had this discussion before, though. I don't agree. I don't believe that. Because I genuinely believe that he wanted Bruno to be deeper because Bruno... And to be fair, I think this. One of the major problems with the way that Craic is playing at the moment is everything goes through Bruno. If Bruno has a bad game, the team is dead. Absolutely fucking dead. I think what Amarin was doing, and I'm going to give him the props of what I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I think what Amarin was trying to do was playing Bruno deeper so that everything didn't play exclusively through Bruno. You still had those Hollywood passes that Bruno could do, but it meant that Bruno wasn't in the position where he could shoot. Like Bruno admitted in his interview in Diary of a CEO this year that Ten Hag told him to stop shooting because he wasn't making as much efficiency out of his shooting capabilities. And that's true. And Ten Hag, after he came in from Ollie, ended up playing better as a result of that because if Bruno had a bad game, it didn't completely destroy the squad. Now, he had the problem that his midfielders didn't feed fucking Rashford and Garnacho right, and the striker at the time wasn't particularly working great. So my feeling with Amarin was he moved Bruno back and got 2 10s in order to do that. I think he was stupid because Bruno as a 10 was fine, but Bruno is also an arrogant prick as a 10 and shoots galore. So I think he was afraid that Bruno's creativity could be better as an 8 than as a 10, and as a result of which he went with Casemiro and Bruno because, as you said, Manu can't play as the 6, but you could have went Casemiro and Manu and Bruno as the 10. But you didn't want Bruno as the 10 because when Bruno is the 10, everything flows through Bruno. My problem with Bruno is he's the best, in my opinion, like I could be wrong, he's the best 10 in the world with the worst personality for a 10 in that everything must go through him. Now he's getting better about it. Like, as we noticed there in the final games of the season, United had qualified, no one gave a shit. He was trying for his assist. Bruno didn't shoot at fucking all. He was looking for his assist. He was playing as he should have, as a 10. But he was doing it because he wanted the record. At least that's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But if Bruno as a 10 played as he did at the end of the season because he was looking for the assist, I think Bruno as a 10 is perfect. But I think that's the reason why he brought Bryan Mbeumo and Cunha, because Bruno couldn't be trusted to do that and he's 30. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm doing copium. Ten Hag also tried playing Bruno as a 6. Well, he kind of didn't have a choice. Like, that's the thing in that situation there. Ten Hag badly needed a midfielder as well. And for the same reason, Bruno as a 10 is a problem. Like, no one wants to admit it because he's one of the best 10s in the world, but he's a problem as a 10. Like, do you get what I'm saying when I'm saying that there's an issue with him? Because I think that's where everyone's viewing the issue. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm doing complete copium and trying to end up making excuses for managers that don't deserve it. But that's my reason why, if I'm looking at him, why I would play him there. Because he has that tendency to be that little bit too focal pointy when he is put down in the 10 position. So you put him back because he's way too good of a player to bench. I think his personality is brilliant, and he shows he wants to win and shows he cares and says he's crying too much. Captain is questioning the ref, shows that he cares. Yeah, but that's different again. Like, maybe I'm not describing it right. Maybe I'm not describing it right. Bros, do you know what I mean? I don't mean his personality as a player. I mean his personality as a 10. Specifically for the role of a 10. Not the player, not the captain. I don't have problems with Bruno as a captain. I don't have problems with Bruno as the player. I have a problem with Bruno as the 10. Do you get what I mean when I'm saying the personality of a 10? Not the player, but specifically of a center attacking midfielder. Because everything must come through Bruno, and he sucks everything into him. If Bruno has a bad game, the team sucks. So it meant that if Bruno had a bad game, you were fucked. Do you get what I mean? Or am I losing it? Like, do you get what I mean? I would also let him shoot, but I think also trust players like Sesko and never trust Højlund. That's my point. Well, to be fair, I think the Højlund thing wasn't Bruno not trusting Højlund. I think the Højlund thing was Rashford and Garnacho not trusting Højlund. But I agree with you. You needed to let Højlund try to fucking shoot. But do you get what do you think what I mean? Bruno has bad game, United loses. And that's because as a 10, he sucked everything in and became the focal point. If Bruno didn't get the ball, the wingers never got the ball. So Bruno was this. In Amarin's system, Bruno was that. So you had Bryan Mbeumo and Cunha up here, and they tried to keep Bruno as the person that could do the Hollywood passes out to the wing. So Bruno was that in Amarin's system, whereas in Ollie's system and Carric's system, he's that. If Bruno has a bad game, everything falls apart. Now, thankfully, Ahmad, who's been having a bad season since Carric came in, and Bryan Mbeumo, who had a bad season since since Carric came in, and Cunha were actually developing shit. And if Carric has the strength of character to ensure that his wingers actually get the ball from Bruno, then Bruno as a 10 isn't a problem. But that's my issue with Bruno, if you get me. And again, it could be horseshit. But again, that's not due to Bruno playing as a 10. That's due to other players not being able to play through Bruno. I disagree, but hey, we see. Sleepy, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin'? Is it all going good, Grant? And delicious with you, my friends. If you can, give the wondrous Sleepy follow. They have been absolutely amazing
Buddy.
every time I talk to them in Tara's stream. I've gotten to one of your streams,
What's that,
Sleepy,
too?
and it was gas when I was there. I need to get to more. I'm doing fantastic, enjoying a bit of Path of Exiles 2 here, ranting and raving about football with one of our members from the YouTube side, Senior Bros. So, you know, getting good conversations whilst playing away. And, you know, had a great day, got my steps in, was in the gym, enjoying the crack, and all is going good, grand, and delicious. But what about yourself? How is your day going? Is it going good? Is it going grand? Is everything the way you expect it to be? I hope that the weekend is going to end up looking good, grand, and delicious for you as well, my friend. Out of the 6 years Bruno has been in the Prem, he's created the most chances each season, but last year he was second. No, I think you're misunderstanding my point, bros. Again, that's the reason. That's the reason with Bruno. Bruno is that good of a player. That's why I wouldn't sell him. I wouldn't do anything with him. But I do think Bruno was the problem, and I think with Michael Carrick's playstyle, he still could be. W steps, yes, I try every day to get my 10,000 to 12,000 steps in, because genuinely I think it improves my feeling and it improves my vibes, and I think in general it just improves my energy. So I have my Garmin watch here, and I have Sweatcoin, which is an actual cryptocurrency that by doing steps you end up gaining coins. So genuinely it tells you the amount of steps you're doing, and although it drains your battery like a motherfucker, it's very, very handy for it to create the amount of points and the whole lot. So like you can see the amount of steps that it ends up coming in here, and beautiful, and it ends up giving you all the stuff. I'd recommend it if you want that extra bit of set your limit, and it gives you a reason to do it if you have problems with doing your step count and stuff like that, because it gives you that little extra bit. But yeah, so how was work with you, Sleepy? You correct me if I'm wrong, you do the loading work. You do the same work that Tara does, right? Or is it that you work on something different? So G-Raid, I'm working from lunch. How's the game? Lunch was good. Couple of things. Hey, Tizzle. No, I must be wrong because you've never actually told me what your work is. So no, my apologies. Oh, I don't know what Tara does. Oh, Tara and one of our other people who I forget who's come in here every now and again does packaging. So like off of vans and that type of stuff. Like packs up vans and takes off vans and does all that type of shite. What do you do yourself? I'm a software developer, so it's handy. No other player for United can break the defensive line, to be honest, and we need to figure out how to do that. Sesko? Like, that's one of the reasons why Amarin was doing well and why he done so well with Carrick. Like, Sesko. Oh, could do it as well, just Rashford and fucking Garnacho never passed to the fucker. But I agree with you, that was a problem with Bruno for a while. He was the person that done that, and he basically put the weight of his shoulder on his fucking back and does that. I do payrolls and compliance and account payables for a construction company. So I don't, oh no, I don't do what Tara does. Nice! I mean, payrolls... honestly, I can understand why people have problems with doing payrolls. It can be quite a boring job. But at the same point in time, everything runs through you. The only problem I have with payrolls, when it comes down to it, is that if something goes wrong, everyone's on your ass about something going wrong. And it's not fair on you. It's not your fucking fault that everything's gone wrong. So, like, it's understandable why people would be annoyed, but it's just unfortunate that they come to you about it. I don't... Do you fucking think me on payrolls wants to fuck you? Are you genuinely of the opinion I don't want to pay you your fucking money? Are you fucking daft? I would happily pay you the fucking money. I would pay you more money than the payroll lets me do it. What makes you think I don't want to pay you your fucking money? It's just my viewpoint when it comes down to that shite, you know? I'm the final person to catch errors. It's my ass regardless. Ah, so you have the wonderful joys of listening to every whingy bastard complain about everything going wrong. Okay, so we are looking for... Okay. Prolonged duration 2, which we don't have access to yet, but we're as well use the orb for prolonged duration 1. Where'd it go? The fuck did it go? Game. Don't do this to me. Yeah, bear with me 1 second. I'm just looking for prolonged duration since I fucked off somewhere. Okay, here we go. Prolonged duration from you to you. Oh, I put this on the wrong bitch. Volcanic fissure wasn't meant to be upgraded. Oh, bollocks. So the joys of me fucking up. Okay, so rage tree is 5. Elemental attunement 2. Beautiful. So we're gonna put that on you. Okay, and then we go you and put that there. Yeah, I don't make benefits from making errors. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. And that's why, like, obviously when it comes down to your paycheck, everyone gets so angry and annoyed, and understandable. It's your paycheck. You feel very defensive when it comes in. But like, I want to solve your fucking issue. If anything, I'm the best person to end up coming down to, because it could be an AI, and then you're waiting fucking weeks for your goddamn bullshit. So yeah, luckily I'm good at what I do. Been here for 11 years, so I don't get many complaints. That's beautiful as well. That's absolutely beautiful that you have that. And then there's a comfort with enjoying what you're at when you're good at it as well, and having that camaraderie to be able to help people. So congratulations on that one, Sleepy. Are you almost finished for the day? Or just working, it's my long day today. So when you're saying it's your long day today, is that like a 12-hour day or something like that? I have about 4. Ooh. Fun. Hopefully it goes quick for you, my friend. Those days can feel suffocating when they're really, really long. Yeah. Yeah, what player can pick up the ball and make the passes and take 2 defenders out of play? And that's scary when Bruno leaves. They never replace him. I think Cunha can do it. I don't think it's as good as Bruno, admittedly, but I think Cunha is very, very close to it, if I'm honest, bros. Realistically, take Bruno out the past 6 years, where would United be? Because Ollie would never finish second, third, and Eric Ten Hag never third. I think Eric would have been fine, personally. I think Eric would have been fine. Because that was the season when Rashford blew up, and Rashford was the integral point there, so Bruno wasn't as important. But I do understand what you mean. I don't want to underestimate Bruno's value to United. He's been a fucking stalwart and genuinely will probably be remembered as a United legend. I hope that the release clause isn't put down and he's able, before he fucks off, to win a Premier League. And I think we're closer to it than we've seen. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with him, if I'm honest. I work 2 jobs. Today I work both. Job 1 is done, and start job 2 in 20 minutes. How much? Do you mind if I ask? How much of a break do you get between the 2 jobs? Because genuinely speaking, that would be my only problem with doing 2 jobs. 1 hour. Ooh, that's still nasty. That's still fucking nasty. I mean, it's better than nothing, but that's still fucking nasty time differences in between. But hey, needs must, as we end up saying. You have to do what you have to do, and you know, at least you'll feel great at the end of it when you have it done. This is the area too where we end up facing against the big bad monkey, that at one point in time took me 2 hours to beat. So this will be interesting. But again, does Rashford have that season without Bruno? Personally, I think he does, bros, because an awful lot of Rashford wasn't the pass that Bruno done. He just ran through people. But again, I'm not trying to belittle Bruno, so I'm not trying to have that argument with you, but I understand what you mean. So what do you do today after work, Sleepy, if you don't mind me asking? Is it just get some sleep because you've worked too much, or do you are you able to have a beverage afterwards? Will you sit down and have a glass of wine or a gin and tonic or something akin to that? Because that's what I would do. All I know is if I was working the jobs you're working at the moment, I would end up bringing out the old friend and just enjoying the crack with the old friend now, and just feeling properly good, caressing it as it caresses me. After both, go home, eat, maybe game if I feel okay, but then bed within a couple of hours. And that's the best way to be. No adult beverages? Alright, now, are you one of these people that can't drink adult beverages, or just doesn't drink adult beverages? Because if it's can't, I feel so sorry for you, my friend. If it's doesn't, fair fucking play. I've stopped drinking as much as I used to, but genuinely, it's always a bit of crack. Also, my friends, 2 people who are live at the moment that I think deserve a shout out, because they're 2 genuine friends of the chat, and deserve to have a wee bit of love if you haven't done it. First is Senior Diehard, who is live at the moment. Keep in mind that we want to give advice to him. On 23rd, he's on the front page there on Twitch for his birthday. First time he's ended up getting to do it, so if you can give him that follow. But genuinely a gent and the scholar, and deserves the shout out now as well. And then the other one is another fantastic friend of the chat, Senior Josh. He's live at the moment as well. I have a 13 stream streak and a 10 stream streak with both of them respectively. I have never had bad times with either of the 2 of them, so genuinely recommend them if you can end up getting to them. I'll give Josh a shout out now in a second. Here we go. SOJOSH. No. There actually isn't an account under that name, which is fucking hilarious. But him as well. Give them a follow if you can do. Absolutely fantastic streamers in their own right.
Tell y'all.
When is the next time you go live, Sleepy? If you don't mind me asking, because I'm going to have to try and catch you the next time you end up going live, my dear. Also, we'll move over to this while the advertisements are going on, because why not? Might as well show my big ugly mug while we're going around it for the moment. Who do you think, by the way, bro, if you don't mind me asking, who do you think we should end up signing next now that we have Edison? And what do you think of Edison? Do you think he's going to be good? PST. So what's PST in Ireland time? So 7 a.m. PST in Ireland time. $7 a.m. PST to Ireland time. 2 p.m. I should be able to pop in and say hello then. By the way, Sleepy, if you want to, and only if you want to, obviously there's tons of Discord calls and mine ain't big enough for it to make a difference, but if you want to, I have a, in my Discord, I have a general self-promo section there. Feel more than free to self-promo yourself in there, and hopefully some of the people will come in and end up seeing you. I will do my best to come over and say hello to you anyway. I don't know what my streaming is, so I could be streaming at the time, so it might be just to come in and lurk. But at the same point in time, I'd love to come in and say hello to you, because I want to as best as I can share the love to everyone. Also, by the way, considering you might know about it, up in the pinned comment at the moment, I have the 3 people that are currently doing partner at the moment. If you want to give them a follow and lurk. Obviously, you know one of them, because that's where I ended up meeting you. In Tara Shark. She's doing her partner push at the moment. CC Captain 420 is doing his at the moment as well, and genuinely ends up deserving the crack. And then another one who came in here, grand old man, good bit of development, ended up making me do 25 push-ups due to the 5 gifted subs he ended up giving. Strike 66. all three of them are doing their partner push at the moment, and we want to send love to them if we can do as well whilst they're doing it. So yeah, just sending out those love to people. But yeah, no bother whatsoever. Do you know what it is that you're going to end up streaming tomorrow, Sleepy? Or has that yet to be decided? Because like, bad for my stream and the whole lot, but I tend to be of the situation of I don't decide when I'm streaming until the day, and then just stream whatever the fuck I'm feeling. Okay, we'll move over to this again because the thing is just glitchy, so we'll exit and fix her again. Depends where Edison's going to play. My eyes, they need a number 6. I would stay away from Anderson Tonali. Tonali would be my preferred signing at the right price. I think Edison is going to play as that 6, if I'm honest. And if not as that 6, as kind of swapping play with Manu as the kind of 6-8-ish kind of position. But yeah, I think I want Fortnite. New updates happening today. Ooh, what are they doing with the map this time, Sleepy? Because genuinely the Fortnite updates are fascinating, and the whole lot that ends up coming in. Yes, he looks more like Scott McTominay than he does Casemiro. But I've watched some clips of him, bros, and he pocketed the entirety of Barcelona when Atalanta played them in the league phases of the Champions League. So he can do both. He just seems more of a Scott McTominay than a Fred to me. Which I know that isn't the comparison that you want to end up making, but that's my fucking comparison, so, you know, take it or leave it. I suppose I should ask you too, Sleepy, when it comes down to Fortnite, what is your favorite skin that you use in Fortnite? I have played some Fortnite, but unfortunately, much to my chagrin, don't own any skins. So that's the thing. I would take Valverde or Eduardo Camavinga over both then. I mean, true. Although, I don't know what it is about Eduardo Camavinga. Every single team Eduardo Camavinga has played for has moved him out of the centre defensive midfield and has put him into a position kind of like left back. So would Eduardo Camavinga be the choice for your centre defensive midfield? I know there was talks of us looking into Miles Lewis-Skelly, which would be interesting. I don't think there's a chance Arsenal sell him, by the way, but that would be interesting. And yeah, but personally for me, it'd be Trumini or Trumini, because Valverde to me is closer to a 10 than he is a 8 or even a 6. But it would be Trumini for me if you could get him. Catwoman or Poison Ivy? Ooh, are you a DC girl, Sleepy? I'm a Marvel and DC fan myself. My favorite character of all time was Beast Boy. Beast Boy was my favorite hero. I love the way that he ended up working in the Teen Titans. In all of the comics that he comes through, he's written so gorgeously. The way they end up putting the emphasis and the fact on Beast Boy in some of those comments is unbelievable. I think one of the best ships in all of comics is Beast Boy and Raven. It's why it sometimes upsets me when I see authors go Damian Wayne and Raven. I understand it. It's not a bad old pairing. I just deeply prefer Raven and Beast Boy. I think they work phenomenally well with each other. But Catwoman, I love that in Batman Hush, they started to do the idea that Batwoman knows that Bruce Wayne is completely and utterly fucking insane, and she wants to change him into actually being not completely insane for both the boys' protection and her actual love of him. So I love that kind of change they're doing with Catwoman. And Poison Ivy, the new version of Poison Ivy in Absolute Batman is creepy as hell, but unbelievable. I wouldn't mind Eduardo Camavinga due to putting him in left back if needed, and Valverde can play literally anywhere is the reason for him. Fair enough. I mean, I would sign Eduardo Camavinga to be the left back, funnily enough, mentioning that. Because I understand that supposedly we're looking at Lewis Hall and we do kind of need English numbers, but I'm not a massive fan of Lewis Hall. If I'm honest, I'm not a massive fan of Lewis Hall. You could play Valverde as a striker if you really wanted to. Really? I mean, maybe. I mean, you'd know more than me. I don't watch Real Madrid to know, sadly. But interesting that that's the case if true. We did reset the map. Okay, fair enough. Thankfully, it was only a brand new map, so it didn't end up resetting much of it. He's not see his goals. Fair enough. I have to do more research on the likes of Valverde. The only thing I know of Valverde is on FM. He's fucking phenomenal if you can get him. But in Real Madrid's case, it'll be interesting to see what Jose Mourinho ends up doing with Real Madrid as well. If Florentino Perez ends up winning and Jose Mourinho ends up taking the position, because Madrid have a shit ton of youth that have potential up the wazoo, and they're not really finding it. Because like Francisco Mastantino, I really wanted him at United when I was seeing some of the clips of him and the whole lot. But at Real Madrid, he seems to be regressing more than improving. So it's fascinating to see all of the stuff that's happening at Madrid and whether or not they're actually going to be able to make anything of these players. Enric, like, done okay at Lyon, but they needed to get rid of the fucker. He wasn't good enough to end up putting down there. So it's interesting as to whether or not Madrid are actually able to develop these players. Why are you doing this again, game? So I was on about Francisco Mastantino. That he isn't developing the way that they wanted to, and Enric as well isn't developing the way that they wanted him to, and that's slightly concerning for them. Will Jose Mourinho be able to do the changes that they require in order to make the squad as good as it needs to be? It'll be interesting to see. Crazy, think he'd play everywhere but left back and goalkeeper for Madrid. So he's basically John O'Shea is what you're saying. Oh, brilliant for Madrid. He's 18, so they don't want to rush him into massive games. I mean, I think he's brilliant, to be honest, and the whole lot. But based on the Real Madrid people I've been watching, because I talked to a couple of people who watched the Real Madrid Academy and stuff such as that, they're turning around to me and saying he looks like he's regressing. He looks like he isn't developing. They're kind of saying to me about him what an awful lot of Manchester United fans are saying about Lenny Yoro and us. That Lenny Yoro seems to be a busted flush and that he isn't actually the player that we signed at 60 million quid. And I heard a couple of people saying the same thing about Franco Mastantino. For Real Madrid. I hope that isn't the case because I like Franco Mastantino and I'd love to see him actually become something. I really wanted him at United. But I also don't want us to sign anybody under the age of fucking 23 again because we can't develop them. Our fan base is a bunch of wankers to them. Like Patrick Dogu was almost ran out of the club because he wasn't performing great. You know, which is just sad. That we have to have that worry for our youths with United. But yeah, Enric is the other one who obviously was signed for 60 million quid as a striker and just hasn't been the complete artifact that they wanted him to be. No, I think I didn't actually check and see how Enric did at Lyon. Do you have any idea how Enric did at Lyon? Again, I have no idea if you're even a fan of the Real Madrid players to know or to give a shit. Why did I die there? Fuck off, game. Okay, whatever. I need to end up getting my old poison talisman. Come back here, you. Thor's hammer, you come back. Molnir. This is the big bastard that I spent 2 hours trying to kill at one point. He won't take that this time. Unless I fuck up, which I've already fucked up, so... We'll see. We'll fucking see, I suppose. Boom, and then down goes the hammer, down goes the blast, down goes the slam, down goes the hit, and there we go. Let's see, he's not going to take 2 hours this time. We're going to kill him on our first go this time. Beautiful! Where's Duck when you want to end up gloating? Hilarious. I call that pure bullshit in my eyes. He's 16. Alonso came out and said he's going to be one for the next couple of years. Watch the majority of the games. He looks decent. Fair enough. Well, then that's all that bloody matters. If he looks decent, then that's all that ends up mattering. And I hope that the Real Madrid fans give him enough time, because genuinely I love seeing players like that do well. Because I know with Barcelona had that type of situation with Ansu Fati, and like Ansu Fati is now sent off to fucking Morocco for 11 million quid. Ansu Fati was there, Francesco Mastantino was there, fucking Enric. You know, he was their next thing. After going to Brighton, after going to Morocco, he ended up sinking through the cracks and became a well, he's not as bad as Dele Alli, but became a Dele Alli to them, you know? So that would be my worry, that that's what's going to end up happening to Franco Mastantino. That's kind of what I worry that's going to end up happening to the likes of Adrian Heaven and Lenny Yoro at United, that the United fans are just going to be too fucking harsh on them, and as a result of which they're going to fall through the cracks as well. The big problem Alonso left, and that clown didn't play him for no reason, told Valverde to lie on a story, and he confirmed that it was a fight. Hold on, so you're saying that the Inter manager of Madrid told Valverde to lie about the fight between him and Chermini? Is that what you're saying? I mean, maybe that's true, but that sounds like one hell of a fucking awkward situation to put someone in, if that's true. Fuck him if he done that. Okay, good. Out of the way. Kula boola. I don't know. I am curious how Alonso's going to do it at Chelsea, by the way. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if he's going to succeed at Chelsea. It'll be fascinating to see how it turns out. Jesus, I can't wait until it's amazing coming back to a build when you're starting to get it to where it was and seeing how much worse it is. No, Perez told Valverde, told him to say it wasn't a fight and all to protect the club, because 24 hours later the manager confirmed it, no reason. All that, you know, that makes sense. But to be fair, they shouldn't have been speaking anyway. Like, the players shouldn't have been speaking after that debacle of a situation anyway. So that makes sense. That makes more sense, if I'm honest. Not that any of it makes sense, because I don't know what the fuck they were fighting over. Was it ever confirmed what it was they were actually fighting over? Because honestly, I would be fining the two of them a fucking 3 months' wages for doing that horseshit, because it does end up bringing the club into disrepute. I mean, no one gives a shit about Real Madrid enough to care about that, even though they are the biggest club in the world. And sadly, that is a factual statement now. It didn't used to be a factual statement, but it is a factual statement now that they're the biggest club in the fucking world. Yeah, at this point, I'm just filling out the map to fill out the map. I'm like, yeah. No, cool, beautiful. So we did find something that was different. This is why we always fill out the map. Ooh, okay. Activate 5 beacons? Ooh, okay. But as a club and manager, you wouldn't want that actually known. Nah, inter-manager goes, fuck it, let the world know everything is true. I mean, if you didn't get the job, you kind of, you might as well burn the fucking ground you're walking on, right? That's why I'm kind of surprised Thiago Motta didn't do that with Spurs. Shit.
There's one of those beacons.
I wonder how Roberto De Zerbi is going to do at Spurs. I think that's going to turn out to be an interesting managerial assignment. I genuinely don't know if he's going to do well with them. I'd like for him to do well, because Roberto De Zerbi's a good manager. He's an asshole, but he's a good manager. Anyways, in we go again. Jesus, game. Fire galore, burn the shite out of everything. Worst part, the manager, a Real Madrid legend, and he meant to be back to the B team now, and he's told not going back because of it. Yeah. Again, that's the reason why you don't do anything nice. You don't do anything nice in this world, because it screws you in the end. You look after yourself and you see where things end up going, because you're going to get screwed in the end anyways. That's the fundamental truth of life. You're always going to get screwed, so do the screwing before you get screwed. The fundamental truth of life. The number one thing to always remember. Okay, so shocking totem. We have rapid attacks, which is 1. Fountain of blood, which is there, but we want to change to magnified area. Rapid attacks 2, which I don't think we have, do we? Magnified area 1 is there. Urgent totems, which is there. Fountain of blood we're keeping. Rapid attack, we don't have it yet. Okay, fine. Rapid attacks and brutality. Okay. Infernal cry, we have that. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. I'm just reading these. Branching fissures, so prolonged duration, elemental attunement. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Forge hammer here. Forge hammer is elemental attunement, prolonged duration, and branching fissures. Cool. The Herald of Ash, we don't add anything to it. This we have elemental attunement, branching fissures. We have branching fissures 1, which increases the fissures more times. Screw it, it seems to be worth it. It does it though? Let's see. I think it's better to do that, yeah. Managers screwing himself over, yeah. And that's the problem with not knowing when to shut up and just follow the bloody coattails. That is one thing I wish FM did, the game where you could actually become interim manager in the game. I mean, maybe. It'd be hard to implement because, like, you'd almost want to end up making special commands and consistent talkings with the board and the whole lot, and, like, you know, it'd be interesting to see how you would go about doing that, if I'm honest. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but it's just, it'd be very difficult to implement it and not make it really annoying. But yeah, it's a cool idea, I suppose. Again, FM has a lot of things that it needs to improve first. I think that's the minimum of its list of things that it needs to improve, if I'm honest. We've gotten 3 level ups in this one area. That might be a show of how fucking weak we've been. I'm guessing a good thing we bloody checked too. The fact that the Venom Crypts were here. I'm guessing the Venom Crypts isn't plot.
I should step carefully here.
But yeah, no, it's all good, grand and delicious. Give us 1 second now. We're gonna end up opening up this. Oops. Oh, fuck it, it's 2 a.m. We should probably stop. Especially considering there's no one in the chats. But fuck it, let's continue to go for a wee bit longer, I suppose. But yeah. What do you think is, do you think PSG will end up doing the triple? I think there's a good chance they're going to be able to do it, you know. Do the triple. Do the triple. Do 3 Champions Leagues in a row. I think they have the proper setup. Enrique is an awesome manager. And we'll see whether or not he's able to do it. I'm of the opinion that they're probably going to be able to do it, though. Only reason, imagine being in a journeyman save, and you don't have a job mid-season. Someone gets sacked club 50-50 and they offer you the interim and you decide that. Yeah. But they've never really designed the game with those type of challenge modes in mind, which is always kind of stupid considering they know people do them. Like, the fact that they removed the draft mode from the game instead of improving it, knowing that some of the biggest fucking Twitch streamers in the space use that mode consistently, is a joke. You know? So, Sports Interactive are not an intelligent company, sadly. Why are you... Like, seriously, game, why are you fucking at this again? You're gonna kill me because it's fucking... What is causing you to bloody do this? Just randomly shit your fucking ass out. It's actually pissing me off a bit. Are you back? Are you fixed? Do I need to exit again? Yeah, I have to exit again. It's actually pissing me off how often that's happening now. I have to reset the fucking game. I am, Owl. I'm still on for the gish anyway. I've been enjoying myself. I've been enjoying playing Path of Exiles. And, you know, fuck it, why not? Every now and again you can end up doing this. You can just end up going. So, yeah. Everyone else has left me. Myself and Bro here are just chatting the owl football, enjoying the crack. But, you know, it's all good, grand and delicious. We're talking about potential improvements for FM and how to improve things. I don't think Barca's capable of winning due to the high line. Maybe Bayern Munich are able to stop them. Madrid could be monsters, or be shit. Personally, Madrid is probably the best bet, especially if they're able to keep Elise. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. But how are you doing, Owl? Has your day been going sound at the moment? Are you thinking of streaming? What's all going on with you, my friend? I hope that the Craic is treating you 90 anyways. I'm good, just been locked in studying tonight. Oh, nice! What have you coming up that you're studying for? But yeah, it'll be interesting to see anyway how all of it ends up working out. Because I think PSG are probably... Well, like if they play like they did against Arsenal, they're fucked. But I think PSG are probably the best team in the world at the moment. I will say, I think Arsenal are going to have a fall next season. But I also don't, if that makes sense. I also think everyone else is going to fall worse than Arsenal. But I don't know if Arteta himself will be willing to play that pragmatically again. But I mean, if it wins you the fucking league, why wouldn't you? I suppose, is the way to look at it. I have 3 big exams for a certificate within the next year. First one's in July. Not too bad. Something to look forward to, my friend. And how do you feel for them? Are you set for them? Do you think it's going to go good? Are you worried about them? I hope that they go good, grand, and delicious for you. If I end up getting one of the jobs I ended up applying for, I'm going to end up for the first time in a couple of years having to do courses and exams and that type of stuff. I should have been doing them in the meantime anyway to just improve my placement within the industry. But the job has already turned around and said that they'll offer these particular potential improvement offers in the uplifting training that I'd be doing to get the actual job itself. So that would be awesome to end up having those potential improvements coming my way as well. So I might be joining you if I end up getting this job in July of improving shit. Or if I don't, then I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening when I don't have a job. It's scary and I'm nervous, but I think I can get it. The first one is the easiest. Well, that's good. Usually people with degrees take these exams, and I am taking them with no schooling in this field. Honestly, schooling and degrees is overrated. For the most part, degrees are a bunch of horseshit anyway. They're literally just there as a direction to see that you have some inclination to do the goddamn job. For the most part, degrees are a waste of fucking time. Okay, pause again because we have advertisements starting now, so we'll just move over to this while the advertisements are happening. Maybe my 3 shouts are PSG, Bayern, and Madrid. Madrid only reason because if there is a manager to get the best out of them, it's Mourinho. He'll have to do a lot of work. It's a matter of if Mourinho can be old Mourinho and actually get them together. Because if he can't be old Mourinho and he has to be new, nicer than Dow Mourinho, I don't think it's going to work, sadly. But we'll see. We'll see how it works. What's this? Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Okay, that's funny. Stone Cold Steve Austin is going nuts because his cat Poncho is running away from him. That's hilarious. I love when you see crap like that. I completely agree. Experience speaks much louder than generalized coursework. Yeah. That's my viewpoint on it anyway, but I can understand why you want more security about it. I think everything is going to the point now where you need to be the maximum authority in what you're doing, and that doesn't really work for the most part, you know? Holy shit, I know this is a glass cannon build, but crikey, guys. Have a bit more gumption about yourself. One thing Mourinho never changes is he's ruthless when he wants to be, and maybe he hasn't needed to be as ruthless in the past. I don't know. He wasn't ruthless at United. If he was ruthless at United, he would have never played Luke Shaw. He didn't like Luke Shaw. He always had a problem with Luke Shaw, and yet he still played Luke Shaw. If he was as ruthless as old Mourinho was, he wouldn't have played Luke Shaw at all, considering that was one of the players he wanted out of the club. So I genuinely don't know if I agree that Mourinho is as ruthless as he wants to be. Like, he was consistently fighting with the Benfica squad and the whole lot, and that's one of the reasons why... no, it wasn't Benfica. Roma? It was Roma that he was at before Benfica, right? Although it will be funny at Madrid to see how he interacts with Vinicius Jr. After telling Vinicius Jr. that he brought an awful lot of the racism onto himself, it'll be fascinating to see how he interacts with Vinicius. I mean, I agree with him, by the way, that Vinicius Jr. brought an awful lot of that on himself by being a petulant child, but you still can't really say that to someone that is experiencing. Oh, so who was it that he managed in Turkey? I can't remember which team it was. Anyway, you know what I mean. He pissed off the entirety of the squad. Oh, bollocks. Am I dead? 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 Potentially. Fenerbahce! It was Fenerbahce. Yes, indeed. That makes sense. It was Fenerbahce. I forgot it was Fenerbahce. Fine. Okay, do this. Sorry, bear with me now. I'm in no man's land of just killing random shit. But yeah, no, how do you find studying as well, Al? Do you actually mind doing studying? Because there's some people who just aren't studiers. They're not able to do it. And I can understand that as well. I'm not great at studying, admittedly. I lose my attention so much. I don't know if you noticed, but I tend to ramble off and just end up getting into complete tirades of random shite, and that happens to me even when I'm not talking to people. Which is one of the reasons why I think I'm good at streaming, because I'm so good at getting into tirades. Roma players loved him, and when he left, they all put a picture up saying thank you. Okay. The problem, who could he play over Luke Shaw? Literally fucking anyone. If you wanted to get rid of him. Literally anyone. Like, throw the kitchen sink at the fucking area to get rid of him. Like, if you really didn't want him that much, throw the kitchen sink to get rid of him, is my viewpoint. Not that any of it matters, you know? None of it really matters. Did I go down? Oh, god damn it, I used one too many. Shit. Okay, whatever. Oh, no, I didn't. Good, I didn't. I went right. Good. I have too much ADHD, so I use the Pomodoro 30 minutes focus, 30 minutes slacking off. Yeah, the recommendation I've been given is 30 and 10. 30 and 10. So that you actually, because like the 30 and 30 has a tendency to make you forget what you were actually working on. And then it takes you too long to get back into what you were actually working on. So your 30 and 30 can tend to end up being 45 can end up being 45 15 instead of 30 and 30, because it takes you 15 minutes to get back to where you were, you know? Well, that's kind of my point, bros. The club wouldn't sell him, so just don't use him. Like Root, like in Chelsea, he literally, when he was at Chelsea, if he didn't want a player, he didn't play them, and Abramovich had to buy the next player. Now Abramovich is a different kettle of fish to United, and it would have probably gotten him the sack, but he got sacked anyway. So that's my viewpoint. If he was old school Mourinho, surely he would have turned around and been ruthless bastard and just said no. But again, it doesn't really matter. You know, that's living in the past, and there's no point living in the past with Mourinho. As Goldbridge and a number of other people have turned around and said, I wasn't sacked Mourinho at the time that Mourinho was there. So, you know, it's interesting too, because I wouldn't have sacked him. That's true. I'm still figuring out the best method. I haven't done my coursework in like 10 years. Yeah. And whatever works for you is what works for you. Fuck everything else. Just do what works. He was rootless with Bastion and Depay. I hate that he ended up doing that to Depay. I think Memphis Depay was genuinely a fantastic player. I genuinely think he was wrong with Memphis Depay. I mean, again, each their own, but that's just my opinion. I think he was wrong with Memphis Depay. I genuinely think Memphis Depay was a proper player. I do blast music when I study, and it gives me main character soundtrack vibes. Oh, nice. Do you hardly have your music choices there, Owl? If you want to play one of them, do the song request and let us know the music that you'd end up playing. It's doing it again, isn't it? For the love of fucking God, game. Maybe it's this zone. It wasn't doing this before. Why are you chugging the crap out in this zone? I don't get it. Because, like, it's not that dense. I don't get why the FPS is dying a death. Like, it works fine, and then it just dies. Like, it's so dead now that the game's not even moving. And like, I increased the CPU exclusively for this game so that I could play this game again. So this CPU is definitely strong enough to play this goddamn game. Maybe it's the streaming. Check. I'm gonna die, by the way. What was it that was doing it? It seems that Opera is taking most of the memory. Why? I mean, I have too many tabs open, admittedly. Get rid of some of these. Yeah, I have to optimize my actual fucking tabs and all that as well. When at Chelsea, he didn't player they gone and signed a replacement. With United, they didn't give him that control. But again, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Maybe he wasn't training to what Mourinho's level. Well, that's my point. If he really had a problem with Luke Shaw, he should have just not used him. I'm just going to head to bed. Friend's 35th tomorrow, heading at 1. No bother, my friend. Please enjoy the Friend's 31st. It was a pleasure talking to you. It always is. Thank you so much for coming in. I love when you pop around to the YouTube streams. It genuinely makes it worthwhile doing the YouTube streams, my friend. So thank you so much for coming in. Have a fantastic party with your friend. Just remember, as is always the case, I have been okay, give us a second. I have been Stupid Sexy Crack, Schlongafol, and as always, my friend, The fuck is going on? Crikey, Lord, you bastard. Hog Mahone. I think sometimes this streaming crap is trying to piss me off. Okay, for some reason I'm having bitrate issues. This game is deciding to completely shit the goddamn bed, so I think I'm gonna leave it there. Thanks to each and every one of you that ended up coming in today. It has been an absolute pleasure. I don't think there's anyone left here anyway for me to say goodbye to, but fuck it, we'll do it anyway. Let's just log into this first. Log into you. Oh, fuck. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Always a good time. Well, we'll be waiting a minute anyway until I end up getting this up, Owl, because I need this to be able to decide crap, so just bear with us. Is it this one? Nope. Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna send you off to Josh, who gives two ends of a dog's bollocks. So, yeah. Everyone that ended up coming in, thank you so much, my friends. I'm gonna send you off to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Senior Josh. He is live, isn't he? Yes. He's playing Liar's Bar at the moment. A gent and a scholar. Please enjoy the crack with him. Until next time, my friends, it has been an absolute pleasure. I say everything else. So just remember, make sure your crack is 90. I have been Stupid Sexy Crack. Shlong the phone, my friends. And as always, Pug Mahone. Adios, amigos. Jesus Christ. You're trying to piss me off. Okay.